We officially have a dangerous task in front of us. I am committed to it. I am ready for it. I hope you are too. Because there's a lot to break down here. And I've thought about it, about how I want to do it. So we're going to do it. So I'm going to leave the long version here on YouTube as part of the playback for the stream. So the full in-depth version is now. Afterwards will be the recap, and that will be the video. So both videos, you want the short version? Here it is. You want the in-depth analysis? Here it is. You want to watch the full breakdown? That's on you. But most people don't. That's what I've learned with tier lists. So let's do it. Okay. We're going to break down every single card in Series 4 and Series 5. I am going to combine them this time. I went back and forth on doing this. And last time I did them as separates. The last time I did them as separates, I think it might have made a little more sense because we were still like getting used to we were a couple months into snap packs and the valuation. Now that we're like a year into snap packs, tokens are tokens. And your choice of using 3, 6, 3 and 6, or 3 3s or whatever, that should be yours. So I'm just going to talk about the strength of the card within its value in the metagame. And does it make sense for you to spend tokens on this card for your collection? So I've got this in a full grading breakdown: instant purchase, high priority, strong ad, solid ad, meta weapon. So we're looking at like things that help counter other cards, right? And then you've got meta counter pick, which is our specific counter cards: playable but replaceable, collection luxury, the watch list. Those are ones that I'm thinking are like bad, but they are really like, keep an eye on if they get an OTA, they get a rework, a change. Like this could be a potentially dangerous card, but in its current state is garbage. And then there's garbage, which is just absolutely helpless. It's just hopeless, helpless, nothing good happening from it. By the way, this whole entire tier list is sponsored. Today's sponsor is me, ItsGuestGaming, at ItsGuestGaming.shop, where we have exclusive Marvel Snap inspired merchandise and some Marvel Rivals stuff in there as well. If you want to go check out some of the stuff, we have the Coffee Club, things like Cerebru, where this is all original art that I commission out. So cheers, everybody. Hope you enjoy it. Let's take a look. Let's go into the tier list. ItsGuestGaming.shop. Hey, look, it's like right there in the video. Now, I'm also going to make sure that I have this active for vertical. So vertical is able to see it just as much as all of you. Don't let me forget to turn the vertical stuff off later, because I know me, I will forget. Let's go here. Cool. All right. Also, I got to give a shout out to Not My Dance, because he's made an evergreen forever version of the tier lists that have no cost in power. So we can just continue to like use the same images. And if they get OTA'd, they get OTA'd, but the base is still the same. So kudos to him for putting this together, man. Like this is a lot of cards. Okay. I'm well aware how long this is going to take. I'm well aware. That's why we're doing this as a live stream, as a segment, and then we'll turn it into a short video later. So you have both options, because there's a lot of cards. Series 4, Series 5, some that have been in here for years and some that have been in here for days. We are recording this. It is March 18th, 2026. Let's go for it. All right. Hydrate. All right. Adamantium Infusion. Very unique card. It's its own build. You know what I mean? Like, it's its own thing. It's not something you can replace as an affliction type thing. And I don't think it's a meta counter pick. One of those, like, it's just I think it's just a good card. Really, I think it's just an overall good card. So I'm going to go with solid here because it's a package card. And if you're building the package, it is a solid package. So I'm fine with it. Agamotto, I kind of feel the same way about, where I'm not, I'm strong ad, solid. I like Agamotto a little better. It does have the downside of adding in 4 skills into the deck, so you're lowering your draw chances. But more often than not, you're playing those skills because those skills are those skills. So you don't feel bad about having those 4 cards in the deck. I'm not saying it's good for like the Arishem float a bunch of crap into your deck type stuff. I'm saying that the fact that 3 of the 4 skills can also be reduced via Quinjet is also quite nice. They all kind of support each other. One does some deck thinning. You've got extra energy. Like, I really like Agamotto. I always have. I just feel like people are so scared of anything that adds another card into your deck. That's not Thanos. So I personally think it's a strong ad. So I'm going to put it up there. Is it meta, like, must have up here? Absolutely not. But I do think it's better than the Adamantiums. Agent Venom. This is like, are you playing Basti stuff, right? Are you trying to just raise the floor of your -3, your 0, your Iron Man, your bouncy stuff? Like, you know, it's not a C3 card, but it's basically like, do you have Bast or not? You know, that's kind of where I feel like it's at. Do you have Bast or not? And if you do have Bast, you don't necessarily need to have Ancient Venom. Similar ideas. And that's a 1 cost that does the ones in your hand versus a 2 cost that does the ones in your deck. But this one you can't play with Cerebro 3. So it's replaceable. You could play it, but I think it's replaceable. Yeah, the Agent Venom Pixie deck that Gamer used in the Golden Gauntlet was really quite cool. That was quite cool. I really did like that list. Agony. I mean, to me, this is just a generally strong ad. I think it's a 1-3 at the time that we're doing this, so it's really good. The second this drops down to a 1-2, it's probably like dropping tremendously. But as a 1-3 that gets absorbed and activates a bunch of stuff, like another trigger for Man Spider, or you throw it into your, you know, reinforcements for Maverick, or even your Kitty Pryde to get 2 procs. Like, it's just, I think it's just a really, really solid card at 1-3. So I have to evaluate it as that. Airwalker, I'm kind of down here because we're seeing Airwalker in some of like some of the Phantom X decks. I think that he'll probably make a little bit of a comeback relatively soon because we're going to want to see some Morgan Le Fay style decks come back into the game once we get, like, upcoming from the time of recording this, we have Ozymandias coming out. So we have the rock support, which means something like Airwalker might actually have value again. So you want Morgan Le Fay as 2 3-cost options. So, like, it's not a need, but it's a cool thing to have. Like, I would love Airwalker as a 2-cost card, to be honest. Like, he would shoot way up in my opinion. But until then, it's just like, he's a nice to have. He's just a nice to have. He's not garbage. He does have good purpose, but I just don't think it's absolutely necessary. Ajax, I mean, to me, he's up here. He's not an instant purchase, but he's also one of those, like, if you're going to play him and you're going to play Affliction, and it's a meta that allows Affliction because there aren't a lot of Luke Cages out, Ajax is really good. Crazy good stats. Like, the way that a lot of people revere Ronin and that control element, people also look at Ajax and he's got really good stats. Like, really good stats. So I think he's better than Agamotto. I just don't think he's like, because of what Luke Cage does to the meta and how it warps it, I can't put it as an instant purchase. I can't put it all the way up there. The purple cloud that nobody wants to have, but everybody has to have, is Eliath. And Eliath kind of feels like when Eliath is too good, the meta sucks. But that's because people know how good the card is. And it depends on the meta of the moment. If it's a priority push meta, Eliath is really, really good. But not a lot of decks benefit anymore from a single 6-cost card winning one lane on turn 6. So I think it's probably more of a meta counter pick because the meta has to be specific for him to be good. It's kind of like leader in that sense. It has to be the right meta for that. The game got too combo heavy for Eliath. I'd agree with that. I would definitely agree with that. It definitely got a little too combo heavy comparatively. Annihilus. Okay, so Annie, when you're playing an Annihilus package for a 5-on-5 that's firing over, you're playing a larger package, right? You're playing with other cards that also remove the downsides. You're playing with Merlin, you're playing with Viper, you're playing with... I mean, basically it's just Merlin, let's be honest here. But you're playing Merlin, and to help with the hood, to help with the void, he's like a package card. But is it weird to kind of think Merlin does a better job for cheaper? And it kind of makes me want to put him like down here in playable but replaceable. Like, because I can see I see Sentry decks that don't need Annihilus. I see decks that run the hood that don't need Annihilus. If this was like a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, you ran that as a package. Sentry, hood, Annihilus. It was a 3-card package. Just like you looked at Darkhawk previously, of looking at Korg, the OG version with Rockslide, and eventually then became Terrax today, and Darkhawk. It was a 3-card package. It's not a necessary card. It's good when you use it, but I just don't think it's necessary anymore. AV. Now we're in the similar conversation of what's the value of Ajax versus what's the value of Anti-Venom when Luke Cage is used on your side versus your opponent's side. Anti-Venom needs you to play Luke Cage. So if you're playing Luke Cage, he's a really good card in Affliction-style decks. Because typically you want to play Luke Cage when you're also playing Affliction. More often than not. Unless if it's C3 for Luke Cage. So Anti-Venom, like, as a way to cheat out more cards, more energy, etc., it's an option, but I kind of like... I don't know if I meant meta weapon or playable but replaceable. Because it's not a count. You don't play it to hit something else in hopes. You don't YOLO it for the same reason you don't YOLO Hydroman. I'm kind of down here with Annihilus on him, honestly. Honestly, I think I'm a little lower on Anti-Venom. If you're playing Luke Cage, he shoots way up to a solid ad. But he needs too much in the deck already to justify his play, which means he's replaceable. Aranya, this is just a solid ad to me. I think Aranya is one of those cards it's always good to have in the deck. The ability to activate, whether you're playing move or not. I just think it's a solid card. It's, to me, the same realm as Adamantium Infusion. And let me be clear with some of this, too. I know I've got this ranked top to bottom, and I have letters associated to them. But the context of what the categories are is important, too. It is very important to understand what each of the categories is for. I'm not saying that Araña is a better card than Anti-Venom. What I'm saying is that if you're looking to use your tokens, these are just solid purchases. You can get these, but you don't have to get these. However, in the context of where you're using them, that changes their effectiveness. I'm looking at this as a resource for people to make a decision on how to use their resources. That's how I'm going about it. Ares. Ares has had some time in the sun. It's fun. It could be a 412 easy. I took a list to Infinite with Ares, I want to say within the last 2 months. And yeah, the Star-Lord list that played Ares and some Starbrand and a whole bunch of cheap stuff for big power. And it worked, but we're not in a realm where a 412 makes enough of an impact, yet alone a 412 that is a coin flip of literally randomness. You could try and favor your side, but and weigh the coin a bit, but I don't like a 412 that has that much downside. I would love to see him get a buff to be a 4/7 that gets +6 on the coin flip. So I'm actually going to put him on the watch list. He could be a card that goes down to 3 cost. He could be a card that gets another point of power. And either of those make him an astronomically better card than the 412 coin flip that he is. So I'm going to put him down in the watch list for now. Arishem. This is a tough one for me to talk about because I personally just don't like the card. I personally don't. But if you're looking for resources and how to use them, and that's the point of the video, and the point of the analysis, I have to look at the strength of the deck as the strength of the deck. Now, I look at what the deck offers, which is the upside of extra energy guaranteed after turn 2, going into turn 3. But then also the additional randomness. And information imbalance, I've talked about regularly on the channel, that it can be a really, really good thing. But it's a lot harder to use information imbalance when you're reassessing every game if you're not incredibly versed in the game. I actually think Arishem is one of the harder decks to play because you have to know everything about every card and every interaction, every combo, every piece to make the most out of an Arishem deck and make a turn-by-turn decision of what your hand presents you and what the board state presents you at the same time. For that reason, it's not just put out big cards and hope. It's much harder than that. So when you need to be constantly ahead of the curve and randomness does benefit you, it can be a really good card. I'm going to put him as a meta weapon. Because when you need to have that regular extra energy without needing to play those cards and use information imbalance, you know what? No, that makes him a counter pick. I'm going to put him down here in counter pick. But let me be clear. This should not be a target card for a lot of people anymore. I used to say that it was. I used to say that Arishem was a card that you should probably get earlier on in your token expenditure because it gives you access to random cards. That only helps you, I've now learned, the randomness of getting Arishem earlier on to get all of these other cards that you don't have in your collection and get to use them randomly. The amount of uses you get per random card doesn't give you enough knowledge base to really understand or learn the cards. So you're just hurting yourself rather than learn a deck and learn the meta that you're in. Arishem hurts you in that sense. So I'm going to put him as a counter pick. Astral Projection. I think he actually landed right in the perfect spot. I think he's a collection luxury. He's a 3-cost card, copies on reveals from your hand. A on reveal from your hand. There's no need for this card. It's cool. You could do some really cheeky things with it. But it's always like, if you're building a deck around it, it's almost always like the first one you end up thinking, I can cut that. It's just cheeky. And I think cheeky is the word for collection luxury. Aurora. See, I got to be careful with Aurora here. because we're in a meta right now that Aurora is benefiting with. We've got Doom 2099 rolling around again. Thanos Aurora was already decent, and now we're like really pushing it. It's got like 2 really good homes. And it unlocks so much in that within that I'd put it on par with Ajax. I'm going to put it on par with Ajax. I think it provides just as much value to the decks that it goes in. So I'm going to put it up there. Awesome Andy. I mean, I know he got a little bit of a buff, so he's technically a 2/6. The only time you really want to play Awesome Andy is multiple procs with Joe Costa, and it's like your replacement for Namora if you didn't get the Namora line, if you're playing that deck, and like, I don't think you need it, but I also don't know if it's one that benefits from a buff the same way as like, no, it would need a major buff. It would need a buff more along the lines of he gives +3s, not +2s. And then I think you get into the realm of uh-oh, because now you're pushing against Mr. Fantastic, but you can reproc. I don't know. I think I'm further down here. He's just a luxury. I don't think he's something that you got to watch out for, that if they give it a buff, it shoots way up. But I think he's just a luxury. He's a nice to have. Zemo's really interesting, because a lot of people think of Zemo and they think mill, right? They think Zemo, they think mill. It is what it is. Zemo can just be a straight up good card at good value at 3 cost. Like the same reasons you play Cable, you play, yeah, exactly. He's information. The same reasons you play Cable is the same reasons you can play Baron Zemo. But it's a 3/5 versus a 2/4. And if you're exclusively looking for information, that's one thing. Baron Zemo's taking that and playing it out at the same time. I love Baron Zemo as like a final turn card also. When there's a reduced pool and you have an increased chance of getting like a 3-cost card, a 4-cost card out of their deck, because those are the lowest cost cards in their deck still at this point. Like, it's a cool card. And when we're in a really combo heavy meta, it can be a very good counter. And when mill is really good, this is a staple. So I'm going to say it, because it is really dependent on what's going on in the meta, but man, it can also define it. The reason I'm not going to put it higher though, is because whenever it's identified as this is a current mill meta, there are too many counters. So I'm going to put it as a meta weapon. Bastion. So we see a lot of Bastion in like Victoria hand decks. We see it in Cerebro 3 decks right now, based on his current cost and power. I'm going to lean towards if you play either Victoria hand or Cerebro 3, he's definitely a must grab. But if you're not playing those, he's kind of meh. I'm going to put him... I think I just put him at solid for those reasons, because those 2 decks... Victoria Hand's constantly a really good deck. Constantly. And because it's just a really good deck constantly, I think that makes Bastion's value solid. Cerebro 3 comes and goes. It's a more difficult deck to play than that. But I do think the value of what the card brings to those two decks make it just a solid purchase. It provides more value to those decks than, honestly, Baron Zemo provides to mill decks. I'm not even kidding with that. Patrock the Leaper. Oh, boy. This has been, because Gambit Horseman of Death came out, Patrock got throttled. Because it was really good. Like, really, really good. For about a month and a half. With all the Hydra Stomper Sholau shenanigans. And now, there's a lot more Electra from the Golden Gauntlet. There's a lot more Gambit because of Gambit. Gambit Horseman of Death, that is. I'm kind of like... I'm lower on it. I'm lower on... Like, if you asked me this a month ago, I would have said this would have been, like, up here. But now, I'm kind of like... I'm kind of down here. You know? I'm kind of down into strong, solid, like... Because if you play the Hydra Stomper decks, you want Patrock. This is like a 112, 114 plus when you get all of the things happening. Yeah, I'm still calling it strong. I mean, it's just not as strong as it used to be, but very strong. Beta Ray Bill is another card that, like, it's like Ares. It's a 412. And I don't think 412 just really gets me going anymore. No offense to Beta Ray Bill lover, but, like, I'm going to put it at, like, even if you're playing a Thor deck that plays Beta Ray Bill, it's just nice to have. But there's no major need for it, you know? There's just no major need. So it just kind of chills there. I don't know what buff they could do to Beta Ray Bill that makes him not 4. Because I don't know if 414 moves the needle. But Black Knight. I think he's playable, replaceable. Like, you need a Black Knight to build a Black Knight deck. If you're doing the discard to get the 420 of get rid of the Infinite, bring it back, and da-da-da, yeah. But there are so many better discard decks out there that the Black Knight combos just kind of like... We live in a world where Fin Fang Foom is more valuable than a 420. Because it's easier to get ramp than it is to get a good target on a Black Knight. So I think he's just replaceable. Sorry, Tucker. Black Swan. I mean, I'm down here. She's always like the first card I end up cutting from a deck that plays a lot of 1-drops. But I don't know what makes her better. Legitimately. Like, I don't know. If I put it in the watch list, it's because one change could make this card better. And without it becoming Sarah, I don't know what else they could really do to the card besides make it like a 2/5. It would need a massive buff from 2/3 to be playable. So I think it might be our first pass card, our first garbage, like, you really don't need this for any reason card. Blink, I mean, if you play ramp, you want Blink. You play Hela, you want Blink. They raise the ceiling of what those decks can do all by itself. debate. It's not an instant purchase because it's less plug-in playable, but it's a defining card to raise the ceiling of those decks and raise it significantly. Oh, hi, Taxi. Do you want to come join us while I'm talking about Blob? Do you want to join us? Do you? You do? Okay, come join the party. It is. Thank you. Taxi's gonna go. So. Priorities. Come on. Here we go. Ugh. Ready. 1, 2, 3. Yay! Hi, Taxi. Yes. So, Taxi, we're talking about Blob. Do you like Blob? You do? He does. Clearly. He's so happy. He loves the Blob. That's what we call you, the Blob. Are you a Blob? I keep an eye on Blob, to be honest. I really would. I'm putting him in the watch list. When they nerfed him down to a 13-point cap, they really nerfed him into the ground. A 613 is nothing. We have a fucking Hulk at 614 now. There goes my monetization. Like, sorry, this is just like, if they raise the ceiling on Blob back to like 16, he shoots up. Definitely. But to have it be 13 with upside versus 16 with upside in the world that we now live in, Blob needs to be better. Yeah, no, I know, Slifer. Bruce Banner, playable but replaceable. He ends up being the end of turn card I replace the most in end of turn decks because his 33% chance as of now is just like, it lets me down too many times. Really does. But if you get him to pop off for 2 cost, I mean, it's just really good value. So you can't say too many bad things about it. But you can replace it. There's no need for it. There's really no need for it. Bullseye. This is going to be... It's in the same realm as Bastion, because if you play a Bullseye deck, you need Bullseye. Right? You need Dokken, you need Bullseye. And when you run the Bullseye decks, they can do crazy good things. They hit the Scorns, they do the Affliction. I still personally think he's actually overtuned. I still think he could be reduced a bit. But for that reason, he's just a solid grab. Like, if you're playing that deck and that style of combo, keywording, it's a great way if you can throw priority to do the Dokken list and just outscale 2 lanes. But at the same time, what you're doing with Bullseye lists is you are very clearly from turn 3 telling your opponent, watch out, I'm only targeting 2 lanes. I'm probably throwing a 3rd, and it's going to be really easy. So you got to lightly win one and then really win another. Good luck. And because there's that forecasting, a lot of people kind of back away from the card and that play style very often. So I'm going to put it as a solid ad because there are metas that Bullseye does really, really well. And in those metas, he's actually overtuned. Kyra, I'm going to put Kyra back down with Black Swan in the garbage. I think Kyra is just a completely unnecessary card at this point. We're not in a world where Shang-Chi is a threat anymore, where we needed to protect multiple 6-cost cards in one lane. We're not in a world where Killmonger is destroying all of Zoo. And Kyra is just awful. Just absolutely awful. I would much rather this card be a 2-cost card that protects only 1 costs. I don't need a 6-cost protector. I know it's supposed to because Kyera and Thanos and the stones and the 1s and the 6s. I get the lore and the story and this, that. But for Marvel Snap's purposes, we are not in a world where 1s and 6s are in the same danger that they used to be. Where you need one card on its turn to protect them all properly. We're not in that world. Kyera's absolute garbage. Caliban. Okay, so Caliban, at the time that we're recording this is the week that Caliban came out. It's a total of a 311, basically, with the objective. What I found was that it was fun. It was cool. I was literally playing it right before recording this. It can win you lanes, but it doesn't have to. I just think, like, it's a good card when you play it and you're built for it. You throw it in Arishem, no problem. You throw it into High Evo, no problem. Like, but you don't need to. It's just replaceable. It's a good card that's replaceable. So, C+. Cannonball. Cannonball, this is the first instant purchase of the day. In my opinion, the second you have access to Cannonball, you get them. Whether you have Mercury or not is irrelevant. Cannonball, one of the strongest 5-cost cards of the game. Plain and simple. Plain and simple. One of the strongest 6-cost cards in the game. 5-cost cards in the game. You just get it. It's protection. You need to have it. It controls so much. Captain Carter. I'm going to put Captain Carter in strong add, because there are metas where Captain Carter's ongoing ability can be really, really good and amplified and multiplied, etc. And then there are other metas where it just isn't enough. It's just not. So it's a strong card that regularly has a good presence, but every now and then doesn't. It's a card that can manipulate packages and manipulate decks. So I'm going to put Carter in strong add, because I would put it on the same realm of like an Agamotto, an Agony, like Agony and Carter, great together. Yeah, she goes crazy in certain lists. I know that. I'm well aware. But there are also, it's not the most plug and playable card either. It either needs to be like a card that raises the ceiling of a deck entirely. But if it is going to raise the combo of a deck in particular, and it has seasonality based on the counters that are being played at the meta, in that meta, that's when this switches. Cassandra Nova. I'm going to use Cass as... I think it's just a solid card. I do. I think it's just a really solid card. On curve can be a 3/6. If we're in a Thanos Arishem meta, it can be like a 3 fucking forever. It's just a really, really solid card. Yeah, like this is a card this is the 4th undisclosed card of the Darkhawk package. You know? Like it's the unofficial one. Yeah, she's meta dependent, right? But she's also very solid. Good for affliction. Good to repeat. Good in negative. Like, it's just a good card. It's a solid ad. I feel good having that in my collection to say, okay, you know what? I can play this in here. I feel good about that. Chamber. Chamber raises the ceiling of Ramp and Doom 2099 all by itself. I consider that high priority. I say that's worth it. Two-cost card that can scale to like a 212, 14 at the point of an activate. That's great. Like, you wouldn't play a full Affliction deck without Ajax, just like how you wouldn't play a ramp deck without Chamber. That's what defines that. You wouldn't play a Hela deck without Blink. You wouldn't play a Thanos deck or a Doom 2099 deck without Aurora. See what I'm doing here? That's what high priority is. Chameleon. Okay, so this is a tough one because I'm probably going to put him in playable but replaceable because some decks love Chameleon. Like, I was playing Splat Surfer and loved Chameleon in Splat Surfer. The flexibility of that card when you can play multiple, really, really good. But at 3 cost, it's really, really difficult to make work. You have to reduce its cost. So Splat Surfer is where it ends up with a good home. Outside of that, some Victoria hand decks have been experimenting with it. I just kind of think that Chameleon's awkward. So you end up replacing it and you feel very restricted, which is why you replace it. Because you have to play it in the same lane as the card that you played that turn to make it do its thing. So I think it's replaceable. Clea. This is a nice to have card. Like, we just went through the Shang-Chi 10 Master of the 10 Rings moment, and Clea was good for a moment. And then just people stopped caring about it. So, like, there's no need for the card. If there was a more regular way to get this to proc, I think people would pay a lot more attention to it. Like, if it also had an on reveal that gave you your first Flames of the Faltine when you play it, oh yeah, then I could see this being a very different card and a much better one. But I don't think they would ever do that to it. I don't think there's a need to do that to it. It's just like, it's a nice to have. You want to play a Clea deck? All right, have fun. I'm not going to judge you. It can be great, sure, but you're really heavily investing to make the thing happen. Cobra. I'm going to put this as another luxury because it's a card that you play exclusively on certain metas, but I can't call it like a meta counter pick. It's just one of those like, look, did you get Cobra? Okay. Are you seeing a lot of created cards in the meta? Yeah. Okay. Go ahead and play Cobra. And that's it. Like, it's not a card that necessarily needs a buff. It's just a card that like exists. Yeah. When Kavik brings out a Cobra and you just activate and destroy their created card. Yeah, it's fun. But I don't think there's any need for it. I think I put Colonel America in playable but replaceable. He's a 3/3 or is it 3/4? Like, because either way, it's a card you just very often cut from your discard decks. It's the 13th card, it's the 14th card. It's like, you're looking for points. Okay. Do you want to throw it in Hela? Sure. Do you need to? Absolutely not. Okay, now we're in the world of Copycat. Copycat. Now, oh. Right now, Copycat's just like one of the better 3-cost catch-all cards. And I'm just debating if it's instant purchase or high priority. Because I feel like there's a lot, there's information. It's one-sided. You can use it for benefit if you want. I I'm just gonna put it high priority. I can't put it on the same prestige as Cannonball. That's kind of like my barometer right now. It's, don't get me wrong, it's really, really good. But like if I were doing these in order, I'd probably put it like way up here. But I'm just keeping them alphabetical because reasons, you know, just easier. If I had to do that for all 200 something, whatever it is, cards in here, again, no, I don't want to do that. Not again. Where was I? Corvus Glaive, solid ad. You play discard, you play Khonshu, you play Weapon H. You're playing the I'm trying to discard as many things as effing possible, like decks. You play Corvus Glaive. It's a ramp, it's double discard, it's random, so hella a little bit less, but if you really don't care about what you're discarding, yeah, I think it's just like, I think Corvus Glaive provides more value than Bullseye. So I'm actually going to put him in strong ad. That's a good comparison. Cosmic Ghost Rider, throw him all the way up there. All the way up there. Instant purchase. You see him, you get him. Such a great control card. Taking out the abilities of 2 frontline cards in the same location. When there are combos that people are trying to build, this is like the combo control catch-all, which is a lot of C's. It's just really good. It doesn't need to have stats, massive stats, to be a good card. What you're doing is you're disabling them from the ceiling of their stats. You're lowering it by disabling the ability. That's where this card is really good. So, same thing. You see it, you get it. You don't even question it. Cull Obsidian. I could see a world where Cull Obsidian actually becomes like a 411 or a 412 and then becomes really good. But at the same time, we talked about, is 412 good enough with Ares, and it's not, because that's a coin flip. And this is just have a 1-cost card on the board. I'm kind of... He's a nice to have 4-cost option. And that's really it. Yeah, I'm gonna leave him at that. Dokken. Okay. So if we're in a meta, so I got to look at how I talked about Baron Zemo, right? If we're in a meta that allows you to play mill, Zemo's like such a great piece for control for that deck. But like we talked about with Bullseye and the ability to need to play Dokken Bullseye together as a combo, where you are forecasting to your opponent, hey, I'm going really tall in only 2 lanes. Go for it. If we're in a meta that needs just the biggest stats in 2 lanes possible, Dokken's a really good card. You can't do it without Bullseye. Bullseye's more valuable there. But when the meta says 3 lanes don't matter, only 2 really truly do, and you're not competing for 3, and you can just sacrifice 1 and let your opponent know that earlier in the match because of the deck you're playing, Dokken can scale stupid high. Like stupid high. You know, it's not out of the realm of reason to see 64 power Dockens. So, and they end up in the back line, so they can't even be foomed. So, for that reason, I think he goes in the same wheelhouse as Baron Zemo. Ajax is the second to top. Danger. I don't really like Danger. Call me safe. I'm seeing danger into some of the Thanos lists as of recent. But I'm kind of like, it's one I often end up cutting. And I kind of would just really like this to be like a point stronger. So it's here or here. It has like one home, and even in that home, it's like meh. So I think, you know, I'm just gonna put it as a luxury. It's just kind of eh. Okay, Darkhawk. Darkhawk. This is the same conversation as Cassandra Nova, right? I gotta turn this fan. Hold on. I don't know. Is the microphone picking up the fan, y'all? Y'all let me know. I don't think so. But I'm getting warm here, so I need the air. I think that Darkhawk as a package, because you don't play Darkhawk decks anymore. You play Darkhawk packages. It's a 3 to 4 card package, very often with Cassandra Nova, which has more homes than just Darkhawk. But when Thanos gets out of line too much, when Arisham's getting out of line too much, Darkhawk is there as kind of the throttle. Same logics behind Daken and Baron Zemo. So I'm kind of in this meta weapon area. I'm kind of hovering here. Because it is a, don't get me wrong, it is a good card. He's a weapon. Right, Deafening Chord. Oh, Deafening Chord. How you've fallen from instant purchase down to, like, meta counterpick. Don't get me wrong, it's still a good card, but when you work in a world where you watch the evolution of a card go from being such a free ad to being something that's pushed off a cliff, all because you removed one power affliction off of it, it changes the whole dynamic of the card. So it's good, but the meta really needs it to be good for it to be good. I just don't see it good. I see it as okay. I see it as a very specific card, but only when the meta needs it to be good. I love Diamondback. Let me be clear here. Unfortunately, I have to put it at playable but replaceable. If you play Affliction, I think you have to play that card, though. Because Diamondback plus either Laufey or Man-Thing, that can be a lane, that 2-card lane winner by itself. It really can be. Because Diamondback gives so much value for 3 cost. With a much easier combo or condition to make it happen. At the same time, a lot of people cut it from those decks. A lot of people cut it from those decks. I'm like literally between playable but replaceable and solid ad. Like I'm in here. Me personally, I think she doesn't get enough respect. But the meta has to permit Affliction. Just like how these have to permit. You do these to counter certain. You do these because the meta says do this. If the meta says play Affliction, you absolutely play this card. It becomes a meta weapon. There we go. Okay. Had to think it through. Doom 2099. I think you put this in high priority. I don't think this is an instant purchase. Because, yes, you get Doom very early on. And this is like a 1-2 punch with Doom to build that deck and that construction. But the meta has to permit the card too. The meta has to say, playing wide, 1 card a turn on the last 3 turns is worth it. Not every meta does that. You don't play, it's an archetype defining card. I put it on the same realm as a Agamotto. More than an Ajax. Dormammu. I'm going to put him as a luxury. Because it's a cool combo thing, right? You can make some really cool Dormammu decks happen with the skills, and you get Affliction and Destroy, and like, it's cool. But when was the last time you went out of your way to go, you know what I want to play today? Dormammu. Exactly. So he's a luxury. Good, but a luxury. Dragon Lord, I'm going to put Dragon Lord in solid ad. I think he's probably one of the better Series 4 cards to have dropped in the last 6 months. Because he's just a solid card. It's like 5/5 at the moment. Draw him. Draw a card out of your hand and put him on the board. Okay. Like, I don't know. Do I need to really talk about this one? Like, it's just a solid, well-rounded, well-costed, well-powered, at the moment, in my opinion, card. Dragon of the Moon. Easily C+. Playable but replaceable. It is a card where if you're playing decks that support it, sure, go for it. Have fun. But we even saw this with the Golden Gauntlet recently. We saw this where the Ronin deck, which wants to put cards in your opponent's hand with Master Mold and Maximus, and Dragon of the Moon is a great card there for power. You don't necessarily need to have it all the time doing all those things. Sometimes you just need a little bit of priority from smart gameplay rather than just big number go here. I think there are other 3-cost cards that can do better. So I think he's replaceable. I'm going to put Drax Avatar of Life in strong ad, which might be for some an over placement. For me, the reason I'm putting him all the way up here in strong ad is because there are going to be metas where he is going to feel all the way up here in instant purchase, and there are going to be metas where he feels like a solid card. He's just good stats. He's a little bit of control, end of turn, move. I mean, it's just a really well-rounded card. His flexibility makes him want to be an instant purchase at times. But not every deck will support him the same way, because the meta needs him to be good. The meta needs big cards. When the meta has big cards, he's a really good 3-drop. Like, really good. Because then he's scaling to 7, 10, 13 crazy high power. He makes people think. You know? And people forget often, too. So, I think he's just a really strong, well-rounded card. Elixir. I mean... why play Elixir when we have Adamantium Infusion? Honestly, like, Elixir, if it was like a 1-cost card, sure, I'll do some shenanigans with it. But like, it's just, it's too niche, and then even in those niches, it often gets cut. That tells me it's not good. Elsa Bloodstone. Somewhere in here. because it's definitely not collection luxury. It's better than that. Some metas like having Elsa Bloodstone. But at 3-5, it's often clunky. So it often gets taken out. I just took it out of W's deck. Sent it to W. And he likes the change. Like, I can't even say that it's a meta-dependent card. It's not a card that goes in every deck. It's got to be replayable but replaceable. Oh boy, and Sabanor. This is the season that Ensabanur came out, that we're recording this. As of right now, he doesn't really have a best deck. Because of that, he's a luxury. Like, he's a fun card, but we're still waiting on enough pieces to make the deck work, right? We're still waiting on... By the end of this season, I could see that whole deck shoot as high as this. But until then, I have to keep it down here. So let me know in the comments if Ensabanur gets better. Esme, Jesus Christ, what a piece of crap. Essen, literally one home, and it's no longer there because Star-Lord. Essen, nice to have, you know, not a necessary card. Not a necessary card by any stretch of the imagination. I don't know what they could do to make it better besides make it 5 cost, but if they ever did that, it would become too broken. So I think they have to just put it as like, it's a luxury. I'm going to put Ezekiel Sims, though, in the watch list because this is a card that I could absolutely see getting a buff. I could absolutely see it getting a buff. And I could see it getting an aggressive buff. I could see this going to being like a 1/1, which would be a massive buff to the card. I could definitely see that. And if that happens, watch out, because that value is crazy, crazy good. Just like how you look at Clea, you start looking at Sims the same way. Fallen One. Now that Star-Lord exists, I think this is just a luxury. Like, Star-Lord's just so much easier. Instead of doing Symbiote Spider-Man, and sometimes you also get the Agony plus Symbiote Spider-Man into Fallen One. Like, yeah, sure, you could do that stuff. Or you just play Star-Lord. Like, it's so much easier. So Fallen One, it's you know, I wonder if there's ever a world where they make Fallen One a 5/6 just to give you 1 extra energy on the final turn. Which I actually, no, I could never see them doing that because we already have. Yeah, no, I would just rather do Psylocke if I'm trying to figure that out. Fanfei, garbage. I hate this card. They can never get this card right. They had it close to right when it was a 4/7. And then they tried to make it better and made it drastically worse by lowering its base power and giving the power to the move cards because they hit Human Torch with the nerf and da-da-da. This is just a piece of absolute garbage. Fantastic Car. Okay, let's go up to Fantastic Car here because this is a weird one. It's a card that for the end of turn decks is good. And it's mainly good because it's a solid backup plan if you don't get the combo for your Invisible Woman first steps. It's the more expensive backup plan. What's happening, though, is I honestly feel that Fantastic Car's value is going down because people are just finding other ways to make up for not drawing Invisible Woman first steps in those decks. There's other alternatives. So I end up kind of leaning away from Fantastic Car. I end up replacing it quite a bit. And I just don't think it's the catch-all fix card that it used to be. So I can't say, when it came out, probably up here, solid ad, well-rounded. Now I just kind of feel like you consider it as your 4-drop, but you don't need it as your 4-drop. Yeah, Iska's a great example as to something else that fixes the problem of what Fantastic Car wants to fix, but Iska fixes it better. I'd agree with that. Phantom X. Okay. I'm gonna put a hot take in here with Phantom X. I think we are on the cusp of a Phantom X meta rise. With a couple of more cards, Phantom X decks become stupid. So I'm actually going to put him as high as meta weapon. I don't know if I can justify him as a solid ad or a strong ad. I could easily define him as a, look, you build a Phantom X deck, watch out. This shit can do some crazy things. Crazy things. So keep an eye on Phantom X. You get these combos to pop, man. It's a scary card. Fastball Special. I want to put these two like right next to each other. I want to do this because you play one with the other. It's just what you do. And when you do, it's really, 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 really fucking good. I love this card. I don't play it enough. I really don't. Because it's really fucking fun to just yeet a card over. Yeah! Affliction. But you need the right deck. And if I'm looking at these two cards together, which one's more important? The Adamantium Revive is more important than the Destroy Afflict. So I end up kind of doing, like, dropping this down a bit. Yeah, I'm down there. Okay. Fenris Wolf. Keep an eye on it. Honestly, this is a card that rises and falls when Destroy is valuable. Really does some cool things with the revival, but it's just not a big enough body that if you play it out and it does nothing, it justifies its position in the deck. This turns to 3/4. This shoots up to probably meta counterpick, playable but replaceable, somewhere up there. But keep an eye on it. Just keep an eye on it. Fin Fang Foom. I mean, just take that dragon and shove it up there. Instant purchase. The second you have access to Fin Fang Foom, you get Fin Fang Foom. Same thing. It's just the most powerful big guy in the game. When you have the extra energy and you're doing the combos and the big scalers and the this, that, when you have it, you use it, you plan for it, you play around it, you build for it. You build for Fin Fang Foom. Like, the game can be won with 3 cards. Star-Lord, Fin Fang Foom, Arnim Zola. You win. Because of Fin Fang Foom. So, Ramp loves him, Combo loves him. Even at 7/10, he's still really good. Firehair's weird. Firehair is weird because it's very much so a card that needs certain combo plays. And I've seen some. I saw a deck the other day that was just so crazy cool with Jubilee, Dragon Lord, Firehair, and Misery. And it just like, it was this endless cycle of cards appearing. It was really, really, really cool. And when you get that kind of stuff to happen with Firehair, it's awesome. But we haven't had a meta since like the destroying Phoenix Force zombie type stuff that makes Firehair really kind of worth it. And Cosmic Ghost Rider is just such a damn good card. And Firehair is incredibly susceptible to it because you're trying to play out Firehair early all the time. It's like, it's a luxury. You don't need it. But if you want it and you want to do some fun stuff, good card. Firelord. I have to keep it down in garbage. I see no reason to play this card. I really do. I see absolutely no reason to play this card. It's just... It's just... To quote Alex Kocha, it's just cheeks, man. It's just cheeks. Even with the power buff, the second that they changed Morgan Le Fay and that whole combo of how that worked with the revive of Airwalker and Morgan Le Fay and Firelord, and they buried this card. So, dead. Frankie Ray. I could see Frankie Ray getting a buff and being a pretty substantial one and becoming a very good card. If Frankie Ray, hear me out. If Frankie Ray becomes a 2/4, in my opinion, Frankie Ray may become better than Chamber in the Doom 2099 decks. For the same reasons that I currently believe that the new Juggernaut is better than Chamber in the Doom 2099 decks. Keep an eye on Frankie Ray. I could see it one more power going to Frankie, making that a 2/8 solidly. That's a really good rate card. Really, really good card. Frigga. Frigga is a high priority card, in my opinion. It really is. Because so many decks get enabled by doing the Frigga duplicate combos. Whether you're doing Gambit stuff, Victoria Hand stuff, doesn't matter. I think that it is just, especially for having a 3/4 stat line, that's good. Not great, but good, and justifies itself. I think it's if you're running those decks, you're running Frigga. That's the pattern of these cards in here. Galacta. Okay, so Galacta, I think, ends up implayable but replaceable because we had metas where Galacta was just like the default 4-drop because it gave you flexibility of 4/12 power, right? It was just a really, really good card. And then it got nerfed. And now it's just like, you know, it's just like, it's not powerful enough. It's an option. Surfer, right? Surfer decks like it, but it's just not necessary. Galactus. Okay. Okay. If we're in this world with Galactus, some metas love Galactus. Some metas hate Galactus. Some combos Galactus loves. Galactus arises in wide metas. I think he's a meta counterplay. We see the success of Galactus arise when the meta needs a single lane winner because you're throwing one of the lanes. That's what makes Galactus good. So I'm going to put it is a counterplay, but on the same realm as what I talked about with Dakin and Darkhawk and how these decks define certain things about certain metas. When you use him, yeah, he's a dangerous, dangerous man. Mainly because you can also set up the threat of him. and it's enough to make a win happen. You do the adamantium infusion fastball special stuff. Yeah, it's scary. Texting, do you want to come up or you want to lay down? You're whining, so okay, that means you want to lay down. Here you go. There you go. Enjoy your blankie. Yeah, he's a counter card, and he's not used all the time. You don't build Galactus decks really anymore. You build decks that have Galactus, like a Galactus package plan. Yeah, I saw the Galactus C3 deck. That's actually quite cool. Galactus First Steps. Okay, this is going into high priority for me. I think it is probably the most flexible 6-cost card in the game because it does two things. One, points-wise, it can just be stupid high power for very easy. For very little, I should say. Secondly, I actually like the fact that your opponent knows because it's just looming the entire match. And what it ends up doing is creates mind games for your opponent to think, okay, they have the big card here. Do they play it? And if they do, where? Then, because I also know that, what happens if they don't play it? How else could they win? They actually creates more indecision when they have more information about what you have there. So for that reason, high priority. Because you think 6-cost card, I need a big guy, boom, you're always playing Galactus First Steps. Gambit Horseman of Death. Okay. Also, relatively recent release from the time of this recording. This is a control card. This is a card that when metas get too combo-y and too small, as in small-costed cards, this is a release valve. And because it's a release valve, I think it's a really strong ad. There will be metas that love this and metas that hate this card. But if you're playing it, you're playing either a Valentina combo, you're playing a Frigga combo, you're playing this is quite a few different ones, to be honest, but you're just guaranteeing it to happen. And it's just really strong. And I love this card. I love that it is a throttler for the meta right now. Long term, that might change. But at the moment, I'm a fan. First Ghost Rider. I just think this is just a piece of crap. I'm sorry. I don't like this card. I really see no reason to discard a 0 or a 1 powered card, even an Iron Man, to then revive it. It's working too hard for too little benefit all the time. Gilgamesh. So I've played Gilgamesh in more than just Zoo because I think people forget how good Gilgamesh's base power is, where sometimes you just need a really big 5, right? Similarly to how you saw people playing Red Skull sometimes. It was a 514. Red Skull, really solid, 514. This scales over that with no downside all the time on turn 4. Sorry, on turn 5, excuse me. And I'll agree with that in the chat that, yeah, it's a great early collection card because you're playing a lot of Zoo, which is a great archetype. I think if the meta's permitting Zoo, this could be a stupidly valuable card. Like Gilgamesh, the Demon from the Hood plus Gilgamesh as a turn 6 combo is really, 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 really strong. Like really strong. This is a tough one to place. I'm going to just go solid. Gladiator. Um, 3/8 with potential downside, mostly destroy, good rate. I don't know why we don't play this card more. And I know that's only because of the current meta where there's a lot of big cards out there right now, so its value goes down. But when it needs to like be a throttler for small cards or small scalers, it's just really good. Like really, really good. I'm gonna keep it up there in solid. Goliath. This ongoing staple. You probably need it for every ongoing deck. Like if you're playing a true, what we'll call ongoing style deck, this card takes it from being a Series 2 good one to a competitive good one. So it's a solid ad. Gorgon. Very, very meta dependent. Like if there's a lot of created cards, Gorgon's great. And then it'll be good for like a week, and then you won't touch it again for another 2 months. But the week that you get that value, it's a great counter pick. Great counter pick. Now, why that's more valuable than Cobra is because Cobra, you have to get down after they play it and then activate it to get the destroy. Versus Gorgon is ongoing and laying on the field for the same cost and power. And it's screwing their hand up. Much more valuable. Gore. Whoa. Hang on. Keep my alphabet. Gore. Really stupid strong card. I think this is a solid ad. A strong ad because you're playing certain decks. It might even be a high priority because you play certain decks like the negative deck, you play Gore. If the meta's permitting a lot of on reveals, then yeah, you're playing Gore as a better 6-cost option than sometimes Galactus First Steps. Very rarely, but it does happen rarely. But man, I mean, I got to call him just strong. There are times where it can scale higher than strong, but very, very dependent. Mainly because you're trying to do multiple of these or get it out for cheaper, or like it can be very good. Like stupid, really good. Grandmaster is interesting as well because it really is just well-rounded, in my opinion. It's a very flexible card that you don't have to play. But if you have to choose very often between Absorbing Man and Grandmaster, you choose Grandmaster because Grandmaster is 2 cost cheaper. That said, not every deck can afford a 2-cost card on turn 4, 5, or 6 to do what it wants to do. Not every card can. So just keep an eye on Grandmaster. Because there are metas where you need to have him in every deck to do all of the crazy on reveals. And then there are some where you're just like, there's no need. Plain and simple. Gwenpool. Very specific homes. Surfer, Zombie Galacti. It's got such randomness, but overall good value. Like, if you're playing Zombie Galacti, you're definitely playing it. But outside of that, you're often replacing it for something else. So that's where I kind of am. Headpool, hot take, I'm also putting in playable but replaceable. Because Destroy decks don't need to have Headpool. They don't. They're better with head pool. Let me be clear on that. They're better with head pool. If you're doing all-in destroy. But the level in which you rise from a headless destroy versus a head pool destroy is not nominal enough to take it out of the tier of deck that it still is. I know. You hate me all you want for that, but sorry. Hellion. This is another card I put in the same category because I actually think Hellion's a lot more valuable than people give him credit for. Because I look at turn 6 and that notion of things could, the entire board could change now. Like, Hellion is really good at doing that. Not just for move decks. But like, where are you, dog? I don't want to roll over the dog. Okay, good, not here. Like, it's a great mind game. It's a great mind game. I just don't think it's the mind game you always need to play, even in the decks that want it. Herbie's a luxury, in my opinion. I don't think Herbie's really that good, but he's really close to being that good. Like, he's got... you know what? I'm actually going to... Instead, I'm going to put him in the watch list because he's like 1 or 2 dials away from being a plug-and-play S-tier card. He really is. And because he's 1 or 2 adjustments away, I'm putting him on the watch list. I'm putting him lower than Awesome Andy, and the reason is because they're technically, in my opinion, play-wise, almost on the same tier. But a change to Herbie is more valuable than a change to Awesome Andy. So it's the watch list. High Evo. This is going to shoot up here to being just, in my opinion, a really strong card. I think the fact that High Evo opens up so many extra pieces all by itself and is a good body at 4/7, I think there's no reason not to have High Evo in your collection. It's not always the best thing, but sometimes you just need like an Evo package. Sometimes you just need Evo Hulk Wasp because you're playing a Pixie build. You know what I mean? Like sometimes that's all you need. And that's enabled via High Evo, which is still a good body. So Hitmonkey. So I'm kind of like, the meta needs to allow Hitmonkey deck to be good for a Hitmonkey deck to be good. I kind of feel like Splat Surfer loves him because you're playing a lot of cards for cheap. It's risen and fallen in popularity because, I mean, there are some times where Hitmonkey is just scaling stupid high past 10, 12, 14, depending on the combo plays. And when it does that, I mean, it can be a really difficult card to take down. But a lot of the combo stuff also kind of feels like it can do better. Like if I'm going to do combo stuff, I'm going to do Invisible Woman and Havoc any day over a Hitmonkey deck. Invisible Woman first steps. So the meta needs Hitmonkey to be good. I think it ends up being playable or replaceable because it's not that you're replacing the card out of the deck, you're replacing the deck. You can play a Hitmonkey deck and it's good, sure. But very rarely are you taking Hitmonkey out for a different combo card to replace its value in that deck. And it's not a card that works as well to a package. it's a card that works more so to more than half of the deck, is you're building a half a deck package, and that's just, at that point, you're just replacing the deck. So I'm going to put it in playable, replaceable, but that has the asterisk of you're replacing the deck. And not because the deck is bad, the deck is just a C+ deck. Hope Summers. Solid add. Solid add to having your collection. Sometimes we're in that mode where you just need a really good energy ramper. And it's very often just you need it only on turn 3. Solid card. I do think some cards do it better, but Hope Summers, solid card. Oh. Emperor Hulkling has had its time in the sun. It's come and gone on being a fun card. The randomness, but the decks that want to win by having a 6-drop drop on 6 are a lot more specific now. And the randomness doesn't really help it. So it's a luxury. Human Torch First Steps. I'm actually going to put this as a counter pick for the meta, because I think that Human Torch, when the meta is right and you're able to do stacking and scaling and Invisible Woman and kind of like lean more into that overall combo of what Human Torch First Steps actually wants, even if it's Surfer, even if it's more of a Fantastic Four First Step stack, it's like the final turn doubling is a lot of effing power. And I've seen these scale to like over 20 very consistently. They take work, but I have seen them pretty consistently be able to do that. And it's a good rate card on turn 3, so it has to be the right moment for this card. I'll put it as a counter pick. Hunger. In my opinion, this is a solid add. Because if you're playing a zombies package, you're playing Hunger. Excuse me. You're definitely playing Hunger in every zombies package. It's the card that brought the zombies package to the next level. When they first premiered with Zombie Giant Man and Zombie Scarlet Witch, it was okay, and then they buffed it, and then it was better, and then we got Hunger, and then it was good. You have to play that card with that combo. Hydra Bob. Hydra Bob goes a little bit higher. I think Hydra Bob goes as high as a high priority because it is a solid 1/4. Certain game modes, his value is through the roof. As just a solid 1-drop, through the roof. It's got move. I mean, I can't call it bad by any stretch of the imagination. If you're looking for a good rate, have it in your hand, just play it out, 1-cost card. Hydra Bob's that card. Hydra Stomper. Okay. We just went through a meta where Hydra Stomper was really good. Oh. And then Gambit came out. And when Gambit came out, it really made that specific version of that deck fall tremendously. I'm really torn on this. Because this might be the same thing as the Hit Monkey, where it's just like, very often you're just replacing the deck. If I'm going to play Show Lao, I'm not playing Hydra Stomper anymore. I'm replacing it for another package. Just like Hit Monkey, I'm replacing it for another one. Yeah, I'm leaving it. All right, Infinity Ultron. Playable but replaceable. I want this card to be good. It is such a fun card, y'all. Like, I love playing Infinity Ultron. But the decks that want to play Infinity Ultron don't like playing Infinity Ultron. And I think that's a product of the 5 cost. At this point, they have adjusted those stones down from 3 cost down to 2 cost, gave it more power. Just give in. Make him a 4 cost. Keep an eye on him. Keep an eye on him. If they ever make Infinity Ultron a 4 cost card, he becomes amazing. Competitive, not broken, but amazing. He shoots up to an A+ style card just by reducing a cost. Because having 2 turns to play those stones would be is so much better. I played him in ramp decks, builds that allow him to go down on turn 4, and when you get that to happen, he is so much more fun. But he's just like right there, man. He's just, right there. Keep an eye on him. I want him to be better. If I had to really place him, I'd probably put him here. But I'm putting him in the watch list for the same reason as all these cards. If any of these cards get changes, they shoot up like 4 ranks. So it's like pulling the slingshot back in that one, where it's like, just wait for it. And then all of a sudden, they shoot up. Invisible Woman First Steps. High priority. You have to have the card. Plain and simple, you have to have the card. Pardon me, give me 30 seconds. I'm sorry. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Sorry. Had to take my meds. Invisible Woman First Steps is one of those cards that it opens up so many doors all by itself, and you just need to have it for that reason. You have to have it. Whether it be an all-in combo deck for Sue herself, Doom 2099, Iska shenanigans, you just have to have it. It's unlocked this. It raises the ceiling of every deck that has an end of turn. Excuse me. Iron Lad. Okay, I keep going back and forth on Iron Lad's need. And it's a good value. It's 4/7. At the time of recording this, there's really only one deck that really likes having it. I don't know what Iron Lad needs just to be more plug-and playable like it used to be. But for that reason, it's not as plug-and playable. It's a good card. It's a good option. But if randomness hurts when there's so many options and specificity benefits, you end up replacing it. Iron Patriot. Shoot this all the way up here. In my opinion, it might be an instant purchase. I'm between high priority and instant purchase because it's just a really good 2-cost card. And I'm probably going high priority because you do have to have another card to make it work. You do have to have a good 3-cost card to make the combo work and then get the benefit of the randomness. It's a really important card if you're a tournament player. If you're a conquest player, really valuable. Almost plug and playable in that for that reason. But if your deck isn't going to support a solid 3-drop, I can see not needing to have it. It's still an S tier card. But I can't put it as an instant purchase. I'll put it as like that next tier down, high priority. Iska, the Unbeaten. I'm going to put this as strong, not high priority, because I think this is a card that honestly, over time, Iska falls. Because right now, people just haven't, at the time of the release of the card, people haven't fully learned how to play it, which means people also haven't learned how to counter it. And as people are learning how to properly play Iska, and not just the all-in combos of like, do the Invisible Woman first steps lineup, and then you play Iska on the final turn and activate it all, and then it scales to 1 billion, and like, not that. Like, how to play it on curve. That was even my assessment of the card, where it's like, you don't want to play this on curve. After seeing it out for a couple of weeks now, I'm realizing that it's actually a more difficult card than people give it credit for, because you want to play it on curve in the right deficit to get the later exponentials to be more meaningful, rather than safety win. I really, really like that. Like, your ideal situation with Iska on turn 4 is you're trying to play it down in a lane that you're losing by 4 points. If you do that, this is a 4-12. I would, for that reason, keep it high enough, because it has a much higher ceiling. It has an incredibly high threat ceiling as well, and can straight up win a lane all by itself. It's very valuable. But as people learn how to play the card in different ways, we will also learn how to counter it more and play around it. And I think the counter will become more meaningful than the learning of the actual card, which is why I think over time it will fall. But for now, at the time of recording this, it is an incredibly strong ad. Jack Flag. Playable but replaceable, honestly. Every deck that I want to play Jack Flag in, he ends up being the option I want to cut if I need to place out a 12th card. He's the 12th card in every deck. He is. He's a 12th card in every deck, including ongoing, including Doom 2099. You just constantly want to replace him. But he's good. When you are playing him, he's good. My chair is sinking. Like, he is really good. It's good value. Aurora decks like him, you know, but you don't have to have him. You just put something else. Sometimes something else is just slightly better. Jeff, 2-4 Jeff. He's just a luxury. I can't look. 2-4 Jeff is better than 2-3 Jeff, but when there's still 1-3 Nightcrawler versus 2-4 Jeff, I can't. I can't. I'm sorry. I can't. Decks don't benefit from 2-4. Just as is. Yeah, he used to be the most plug-and playable #1 card in the game. Literally used to be like #1 card in the game. Go back for almost 6-7 months after his release. Best card in the game. You look at any content creator, best 2-cost card in the game, best card in the game. Jeff, easiest to play. But that was then. Now, 2 costs has to have more value. It has to have higher point potential. It has to have more information. It has to have more flexibility. But we're not in that world anymore. There's a world where the only Jeff that's playable is 2-5. Because at 2-4, he's just not good enough. At the moment, he's a luxury. Sorry, chat. Jennifer Kale. Probably same thing. Like, most Jennifer Kale decks, it's a ramp piece, right? It's a ramp piece. but you're playing it in very specific ramp decks. Galactus ramp, for example. It's basically it. And you really not too much else. So I'm kind of like, eh. Just eh. Jim Ham and Human Torch. Playable but replaceable, because he had one good home, which was the all-in decks for Star-Lord. One good home. He was, for the longest time, a garbage card. Then Star-Lord came out. Correction, I should do this. Then Star-Lord came out. And now those decks don't even want to run him, but they can. So he's playable but replaceable. Joaquin Torres, same thing, playable but replaceable. Very often, the card you cut first. Very often, the card you cut first. Because you want the double activations. Cool, that's great, woohoo, Merry Christmas, have fun, yay, yay. But is it 2-3 at the time of this? Like, it's just kind of eh. It's just eh. You know, just eh. Joe Costa. Okay. Joe Costa has got to go way up there to high priority. The reason it shoots all the way to high priority is for the same reason as Frigga. Any of the decks that want to play the activates and you're trying to do more than one, you have to play Joe Costa. It becomes an anchor to making that mechanic happen because it raises the ceiling of all of those decks all by itself. So because it raises the ceiling all by itself, it's a must-have card. It's a high-priority card, not plug-and playable, not an instant purchase. But if you're playing the activate cards, yeah, you have to have Joe Costa as an option in your collection. Kahori, correction, new Kahori. 4/7 Kahori, putting sprinkle power onto different cards on the board based on what's in your hand. They did change how that mechanic works. But even as a 4/7, honestly, I think Kahori, like, you never are playing this card. I don't see any deck that wants to play this card. Because think about it. The decks that want to play this card require things like Man Thinker. And that rests my case. Kang. I'm going to put Kang in the watch list. We are no longer in a world where Kang tier is the thing, where Kang was the worst card in the game forever. We're now in a world where Kang gives you 4 random cards. And the 4 random cards at 3/4 are mediocre. The second Kang becomes a 3/5. This is a stupid good card. And it's amazing what 1 power can do. So he's going to be in the watch list. Because I think they want this card to be somewhat relevant. Keyword, somewhat. Man, if they ever make this card truly relevant by making him a 3/5, he shoots up to at least a B tier. At least. Hawkeye Kate Bishop. This is a straight up strong ad. It is a card that you plug and play into so many different decks, but the deck needs it to be played, right? It needs to be a deck that wants to play the 1-drops down, not a deck like Devil Dino that wants you to have cards in your hand. This is I want to have this card. I want to use these arrows for my benefit. Total of 4 costs to make everything happen for you. It is just good information because you have a little bit of a lopside. You have extra cards to play on down. You're helping show loud decks tremendously. You're helping bounce decks. Werewolf decks tremendously. You're helping. There's so many good things about this card. It's very well rounded. At the same time, it is more of an enabler card than it is just a lane winner. Like you look at something like a Cannonball, a Cosmic Ghost Rider, a Fin Fang Foom. Those are, I am kicking your ass with this card. Hawkeye is like, hang on, I'm going to give you literally the tools you need to have another card kick some ass or push a lane over the top. She's really flexible for that. You know, for that reason, I've actually talked myself into high priority. Hydro-Man. Got a small buff recently. And he's a nice to have. But minus the week he came out, I don't think anybody's ever played him. Because the only time you're playing Hydro-Man is in a world where Mobius is regularly on the board for you. And if you're not playing Mobius, you're not playing this card. Mobius comes and goes in the meta, as does he. But I'm kind of like, even in the decks that run Mobius, you're very often not playing this card. So I might have to, I think he's a garbage. Like, I like Pixie Mobius Hydro-Man. That's really fun. But like, ugh, it hurts. It hurts to play him. Juggernaut Horseman of War. Hot take. This card is better than we are giving it credit for. I think it's a strong card. I think it's a strong ad. It's a 2/8 that's so stupid and people are not using it right. People revere Chamber. And I truly, truly believe that Juggernaut Horseman of War in the Doom 2099 decks specifically is better than Chamber. It absolutely is. But Chamber is still better overall. It's still an overall better card because of the ceiling being higher. Juggernaut as a 2/8, just as solid stats, is something to keep an eye on. Because you don't have to worry about the... Like Bruce Banner, you have to worry about, okay, I got to float, and then I have a chance. This is, look, just play your cards, and at some point have enough different of them, which pretty much happens all the time. I do think it's pretty damn good. So, you know what? I'm not going to go that high. I think it's good. I really do think it's better than Chamber in certain scenarios, but I'm going to justify it as a I just need good stats card. Khonshu. Khonshu's very hit or miss for me, where if I'm playing discard, I'm definitely playing a Khonshu list. Whoa. My fan just like fell all by itself. That was weird. There we go. You don't have to have, let me be clear here too. You don't have to have it in your discard list. It's not a mandatory card to do well with discard. But if you know how to pilot it, it can be literally tournament winning. So I'm going to put it as a weapon because it's really good. Like really good. Kid Omega, hot card. This is probably going to be playable but replaceable because the decks that want to play it don't have to play it. Just do other destroy things. There's other ways to do destroys for a lot cheaper. You know? That's what it comes down to. Just there's other ways to destroy. The thing that Kid Omega was best at destroying was the community. King Eitri. This is a nice to have. It's a luxury card. You don't need to have it. Not by any stretch of the imagination. It's one of those like, look, if you really want to play Thanos, hammers, hammer bros, that kind of stuff, sure, go for it. Play the 1/3, get the card out of your deck. Awesome, have fun. Be my guest. You want to play Kang? Cool card with Kang. I think it's a very unadventured realm of combo, but like, you don't have to have it. It's all right. Kraglin, just stay down here in the garbage area, buddy. Okay. Just please, just. I know that they're not planning in any way, shape, or form to have an ability that revives banished cards, because that's the point of banishing something. Shit can't come back. But as long as that's the case and Kraglin banishes cards, this card will forever stay in the garbage tier. Lasher. He's nice. Good Namora card. Does some affliction stuff. All right, it's a 2/6. All right, cool, great. He's basically a 2/6, 2/3, afflict for 3. Cool, great, awesome. Necessary? No. Do some cool stuff? Yeah. That's all I gotta say. Laufey. Playable but replaceable. Laufey is probably the most switched out card in the affliction decks, because you're always looking at different 4s. You're trying to figure out, okay, it's the balance of Man-Thing, Laufey, Malekith, Wiccan, and I'm missing something. Anti-Venom. So you're always like trying to figure out what it is. And for some reason, Laufey ends up being one of the most commonly cut. There you go. Replaceable. Legion. Here we go. Legion, I think, has to go in instant purchase. I truly believe Legion is the best location control card in the game. He really is. Best location control card. Because he has stats, he has power, he has consistency, he has known pieces. For that reason, if you're playing location control, you're playing Legion. You're building your deck around Legion to be able to play him on 5 or 5+1 on 6. In the meta that we're in currently at the time of recording this, there's a lot of magic everywhere. Expect Legion to become more and more prevalent for that reason. Just get ready for it. It's going to happen. That's what the meta often does, is it goes through, there's a lot of magic, there's not a lot of magic. When there's a lot of magic, the reason that it changes from having a lot of magic is because Legion happens. Not because Scarlet Witch happens, not because Merlin happens anymore. Merlin got kind of really nerfed aggressively and is inconsistent. Nobody's playing Storm. Second dinner. Like, you play Legion. Absolute instant purchase, must-have card in your collection. Lin Lee, really fun card. Really, really fun card. But has one deck, and that's it. It has one home. That home is fun. It's cool. You do the bouncing stuff, like you do variations with Frigga, Victoria Hand, Beast even sometimes. Like there's some things you can do with it, and it has one deck and one combo. You play some Moonstone, get some double effects in one lane, really tall, call it a day, Merry Christmas. That's it. It ends up being just a nice to have card. Are you going out of your way to go get it? No. Are you going out of your way when you play it? Yes. When you get the combo, feels great. And you feel accomplished. And then you move on. Living Tribunal. I am going to play this as a great meta counterpick card. This is probably the definition of a meta counterpick card. Because when Living Tribunal comes into the meta, it's because everyone's playing selfish stuff. They're playing non-interactive, I'm doing this type stuff. And when you have the ability to play a Living Tribunal deck, to do Onslaught, you know, Wave into Onslaught, into Mystique, into Iron Man, into Tribunal, like that whole stack, because you just have a bajillion points, and that's all that matters, is I can build my stack, and I know you're not going to do anything about it, friend. I know you're not. I just have a billion points in all the lanes because I build up one and then I play this card. That is what makes it a counter pick. Because when the meta says, hey, we're not interacting with each other, you go, okay, that's fine. I'm going to go play this and kick the ever-living piss out of you. And that's what that card does. Lockheed. This is replaceable. It's a fun card. There are some decks that really like playing 2 cards per turn. You get the 1-cost card down. You get a Kitty Pryde, reprocking, afflict, 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 afflict. It can have good stats, good value, but it often is a card that also gets cut because it needs a tech piece in its replacement. It's good stats, but you're always looking for like, okay, maybe I need to play a Cosmo instead of this, or maybe I need to play an armor instead of this, or it's like, it's good when you get it to do its thing more than once. You get 2/9, anything over 2/7 in value in total on a 2-cost card, you have to consider that substantial. This does that very easily, especially with synergies like Kitty Pryde. And there have been variations of these, you know, Thena style decks that do very well with Lockheed as another scaler. But out of all the scalers, it's the one that gets cut first, because the other scalers are just typically better. So Lockheed goes away because the restriction of the 1-cost card, because of Kitty Pryde, which is just, you know, the lore side of it together, which works and totally makes sense for the card. I would rather have the flexibility to play a 2 and a 4 on the final turn of the game. That's going to be more beneficial for me rather than have to play a 1 and a 4 because I need to get the Lockheed to do the other proc. You see what I'm saying? That's what you're really keeping an eye on with Lockheed. Loki. Okay. Loki as a 1-cost card is fun. He's cool. He's unique. But I have a hot take about Loki. Hear me out. I personally think Loki should get another full rework entirely. Because the thing that makes Loki fun is the randomness, right? It's you're getting your opponent's deck. You don't know what your opponent is playing, but you have to play it. You're always playing a reduced mirror. And if it's combo, well, then you're in the downside. But if it's not combo, you're now in the upside. I think Loki should be a 1-cost card that starts in your opening hand and plays itself on turn 1. It is literally you saying, I am in on this all the time, every time. That's me personally. I think that makes Loki so much more entertaining. And it's a full-on meme enjoyable card. And yet, does have meta relevance depending on the meta. I don't want old Loki back. I don't want my whole hand being replaced with reduced cards. I want it controlled that I lose a draw because Loki comes out and plays himself in the first location or the far right location. So that way it's never affected. The far right location, turn 1, every time. And your opponent knows also because there's an animation. That's my guess. That's what I would love to see for Loki. Because Loki's such a legendary character and is such a villain that we should be looking at it as the same thing as Agatha. So this is my preach to Second Dinner. Revisit Loki again and make him fun again. Have him go on the board and just do some awesome stuff instantly. So you only get 3 of your cards from the deck and that's it. because then the whole rest of the deck transforms on turn 1, guaranteed every time. That's what I would love to see for Loki. For that reason, keep him in the watch list, because he's also, at the current moment, just kind of garbage. Luna Snow. All the way up, girl. Luna Snow, instant purchase. Best ramp card in the game. By a mile. Priority, +1 energy, easily, consistently. It can be a clog element. It can be a reduction for Mockingbird. So many good things come from this card. And let me be just as clear with it too. The day, because it will happen at some point post the release of this video, at some point, they will say we've had enough, and they'll make Luna Snow a 3/5 again. Because at the moment of this recording, she's 3/6. And when the day comes that Luna Snow is a 3/5, her ranking will not change. Let me be really clear with that. She's that good of a card. They made her 3/6 to make people aware of her. People are aware of her now. She's just as good at 3/5 as she is at 3/6. Okay? So I'm future-proofing this moment because she's just that good. Madam Web. Madam Web, I think, is just a solid card. I think Madam Web is a card that, like, you feel good playing in your move decks, your combo, your, like, lockdown-y type stuff. Like, there's some cool things you can do with Madam Web. If you're doing, of course, the whole, like, Human Torch combo, it's a must-have card. It's solid. Its biggest downside is that it's a 2/1. So if you're really not playing it on turn 2 or even turn 3, if you're not doing that, you're really not playing it. But the second you get it down on one of those 2 turns, you're doing it. You're feeling pretty good about it. So if you're a move person, Madam Web is a must-have. Mad Stinker. Next. Magus. Sorry, Mad Thinker. Just until they make Mad Thinker ongoing, he's going to stay down here. Magus, I think we're just starting to figure out how to make Magus work. And there's so many pieces to making this card good. You know, because it can't hit the on reveals, and that's fine. It can't hit the it can hit the on reveals, and it can hit the activates, but it will not automatically proc the on reveal, and it will not automatically proc the activate. However, you can re-proc them by getting them to happen a second time. So if it becomes an on reveal and then you misery it, it will then do the on reveal because it's in the code of the card. Or if you turn it into an activate and then you play Jocasta, activate the Jocasta, it will activate the Magus activate. I've done these combos. They're really underrated. We even saw Phantom X type stuff with Magus for that reason that had Destroy. And it worked, and it was really cool. However, it's a difficult card. It's a really difficult card. Because you're constantly playing the game of what's in my deck, and does it benefit right now for me to do something to this card to make it do that thing? So if you are getting an intro to Magus, it's real simple. You play Magus down, and you skip turn 5. That's what you're trying to do. You're trying to get Claw, Iron Man, Sarah, those kinds of high-value cards to make it as a 2 that you didn't draw. As the meta evolves, I'm actually expecting Magus to kind of like rise and rise and rise and rise. So for now, I'm going to put him as a meta weapon. I know. Because watch, I'm going to revisit this video a couple months down, 2 months down the road. And I fully expect to see Magus really be an A tier or better card. I really do. We will figure him out. And we will learn him, and he'll be really good. Majestic Wingbeat. Playable but replaceable. Look, you play him in Zombie Galacti, incredibly valuable. Incredibly valuable there. Outside of that, like, when you get good value out of the card, you feel really good about it. But not, like, it's not mandatory. Not a mandatory card in any way. It's a great one-cost skill, don't get me wrong. But one-cost skills very often lead to the rest of the deck construction. And when I think one-cost skills, I think of things like Werewolf by Night. This is not a Werewolf by Night card. Okay, so then I'm looking at ramp and reduction, right? This is a good ramp and reduction. Well, I can either reduce or I can just ramp with a billion other cards and then not worry about it, because it's better for me to play Luna Snow, or it's better for me to play Chamber or Moondragon in a ramp deck, or like, it makes no sense. So I'm kind of like, you can play it. If you're playing Zombie Galacti, you're absolutely playing it. But outside of that deck, it's almost always replaceable. Major Victory. Dear God, stay down here with Mad Stinker. You guys are good friends. The Guardians, and the reason, let me be clear, the reason Major Victory is bad is because it gives you Guardians. And the Guardians are just not strong enough. If the Guardians ever get another big buff altogether, Major Victory goes way up. But until then, this is just absolute garbage. Makari, I'm going to say, is probably... it's a luxury. A lot of decks that want to play Makari, like the Bastion type stuff, where you pick up a Makari and it plays itself automatically on the same turn. Like for C3, that's cool, because at the time of release, this is a 3-3. a 3-3. It's kind of cool. But like, it's no need. Like, no need whatsoever. Even the hand emptiers, where you're trying to prepare for a Moon Girl, so you're having this play itself, so you don't have to think about it. It very often gets cut because there are just other ways to keep your hand light rather than a card that plays itself. And even in the Surfer decks that want to benefit an extra free 3-cost card, there are just more powerful plays than what ends up being the equivalent of a 3-5 after it gets surfered. Malekith. Okay, so we talked earlier about Laufey and Malekith. These are the two that probably get interchanged the most in that Affliction build. And I also think that a lot of Malekith decks have been kind of like gone by the wayside because 1, 2, and 3 cost cards are leaning more towards combo rather than final turn reveal or end of game reveal for a redemption piece, if you will. The only deck that really I can see truly benefits from that in the Malekith deck is Affliction. And I have to play that in the same realm as Laufey. Man Spider. This is just a solid... no, it's a strong card. I'm going to put it as an A+ card, because if you're playing a Man Spider deck, you can just have a stupid amount of power. The downside is that now we know that. And the second you're identified as a Man Spider deck, which is typically very easy to identify. Did they play Agony? Okay, keep an eye out. Did they play it early? Definitely keep an eye out. Next up, they played a Penny Parker. Game over. You know exactly what it is. It's the only deck that plays that card. So the Man Spider all-in decks have crazy scalings. Crazy, crazy scalings. So if that's the case, it's got to be a good deck. It's got to be a good card. And there's movement involved too because of Penny Parker. Like, you can dodge a lot of stuff. And then it's the game of, are you Arnim Zola-ing or are you Taskmastering? And then it's just a guessing game. And as long as you scale it tall enough by turn 5 and you create that indecision, a lot of people just retreat. Which is why it's not an S-tier card. It's very much what Galactus, old Galactus used to be. Oh, you're playing Galactus. I'm retreating here for 1 or 2. Because you know what they're doing. The difference is, old Galactus could be disguised all the way until like turn 5. You can't disguise a Man Spider deck. Because you need all those turns to set up the card. So it's a really good one. But it's a slow cube climber. Man-Thing. I think Man-Thing, so we talked about Laufey, Malekith, Man-Thing. We're all in this same realm for these Affliction cards. The difference is that I think Man-Thing actually is better than both of them. I think that the 4/7 giving those -2s, which can be a total of a 4/13 on Affliction, which then can be reinforced by a Diamondback, like these two cards are so much better in that Affliction package than these two cards. So much better. So Man-Thing ends up being a counter pick because I was playing it the other day because we had the release of Iska and we saw a lot of Invisible Woman First Steps decks. I was playing Man-Thing in a Star-Lord deck because it was just an easy 4/13. Just put it on the Invisible Woman piece. Boom. Reduces down everything. Really, really solid card. Marrow. This is playable but replaceable. If you're playing the like Phantom X decks, gonna be good. You're playing discard decks and destroy decks, it's an option for that -7 Affliction total to hit the board. It's an option. Good value there. Sometimes better than Wolverine. But if you're playing Phantom X, you're going to want to play this card more often than not. And I kind of feel like it has enough value to justify it as a playable card, not a collection luxury. It's not a card you just want to happen to have in your collection just in case. It's like, no, I legitimately want to consider this card for that deck, for that discard, for that destroy, for that Phantom X. You legitimately want to consider that card in your builds. You do end up replacing it from time to time, so I think it's a perfect home for it. Marvel Boy has risen and fallen quite a bit. It's a Zoo staple. If you're playing Kleia decks, it's a great staple for that, obviously. It's a good 3-cost card. You see variations of it do well with the end of turn stuff to get multiple procs of that Marvel Boy at the very end of the game and get a lot of 1-costs, but Gambit's kind of throttled, the Gambit Horseman of Death has throttled a lot of those. And there's just a lot of 1-cost fear when you are playing a Marvel Boy build, so just go Zoo. It's good. It's an option. I think it's a better option than Khazar for the Zoo decks because it's cheaper and you get sometimes even more value than what your Khazar is going to present you. So I think Marvel Boy is good. But the meta has to be right for him. And he's also often replaced even within that meta. Like we just had a meta where he wanted to shine, and people started that way with the end of turn stuff. They started down the realm of Marvel Boy, and then the Marvel Boy package left us. That's why he ends up here. Maverick. Okay, so we got to be careful with Maverick here because Maverick is not an instant purchase. If you're playing Shou Lao, it is. If you're playing Shou Lao, this card goes up here. If you're not playing Shou Lao, it has some extra benefit. But no, oh yeah, and Zombie Galacti, that's true too, and Zombie Galacti. I think then for that reason, he ends up being just a solid card. Surfer, not so much. No, I'm less on Surfer with that. It's awkward with Surfer. I think that generally speaking, as an overall card, Maverick is mediocre. However, you were right with the Zombie Galacti, way more so. In Zombie Galacti specifically, and Shou Lao specifically, it is you only play those decks if you have Maverick. So I have to put it as a solid add because of the amount of value that it creates for those decks. I can't put it any higher. It's so low in every other deck, but then so high in those decks. Like if you look at something like a Captain Carter, a little bit more play flexibility. Gambit of Horseman of Death, Iska, a little bit more play flexibility. Maverick it's one of those two decks, and that's it. You try to put a Maverick in any other deck, it really just does not feel good. Feels really, really awkward. I can't justify that. So I have to put it as just a solid card. Mercury. You know where this is going. You better, at least at this point. Mercury, instant purchase. To me, again, hang on, I'm getting rid of this. Oh, come on. There. Mercury is just one of those cards that you have to have. It has a movability. It has the ability to stop your opponent's moves. Decent stats at 3-4. If it ever becomes a 3-5, it's the best card in the game. And it's already an S tier purchase, S plus tier. Cannonball Mercury, Merc Ball. I mean, there's a reason it's called Merc Ball. Because of Merc. You need Merc for Merc Ball. Mercury is stupid good. Like, stupid good. I'm so glad that it's survived, even when coming to 3 cost, because it is a really good card. Really, really good card. And as long as Merc Ball exists, it's a package you should have. It's a package you should always be considering as a package for your decks. Merlin. Okay, Merlin, if you asked me a month and a half ago, I would have said it's an S tier must-have card. Absolutely, I would have said it would have been up here. It's taken so many hits, though, that now I'm going to have to put it all the way down here as a solid add. It's not a card that has gotten bad. It's a card that's gotten good. Because it was great, and now it's just gotten good. It's a solid card. You want to have it as a flexible option in a variety of different decks. The closest thing I would consider Merlin 2 is potentially Drax Avatar of Life when it comes to flexibility of decks in the long term. But the reason I don't put it in the strong add versus solid add is because not all decks can support having 1-cost cards constantly come into their hand. Versus Drax, which is just play it out and you leave it. So why I keep it down here. Really solid card, though. Really, really solid card. Meek. If you're doing discard shenanigans, it's the card you probably cut first of your scalers. You're not cutting Morbius. You know, you're cutting Meek for activators more than you're cutting it for scalers. So it's replaceable. Good, but replaceable. Misery. So I still think Misery is an incredibly good card. Really, really good card. And there are metas where Misery is even better. I'm going to push back on constant advice from KM Best, where it's been said and kind of ingrained into the community that Misery is exclusively a hood card, and that's the whole purpose of playing Misery. And I disagree with that. Not because it should be played specifically with other specific on reveals like Mirage or Iron Patriot. I disagree with that. I think Misery is looking at certain metas to be really good for it when it does combo-y things. Like you're doing Fire Hair Misery shenanigans because you've Miseried a Jubilee on turn 5. That is very valuable. Very valuable. The Zombies package loved this card and is stupid good. So keep an eye on that too. So there are other use cases. They're nominal, but when Misery is good, it's really good. So I'm putting it as a meta weapon. Mockingbird. Really solid overall card. It's just, I can't call it strong. I can just call it solid because not every meta wants Mockingbird. By the time this video goes out, we're about to get Celine, the Horseman, and that's going to make Mockingbird even better. So I think it's just a solid card to have, but the right deck needs to support it. Obviously, it's a Thanos card. it's an Airshim card, it's a Kang card, it's a Squirrel Girl card, it's just always one you want to consider for good value that can't be Shang-Chi'd, and you can get it out for cheap. Therefore, it's good. So Mockingbird, solid. Moira X. What's funny with Moira X is not every destroy deck wants Moira, and people are constantly looking at Moira in the different versions of what we'll call True Destroy as being the best 12th card in the deck. Where we've gone through different iterations and we've seen sometimes the benefit of Moira X, and sometimes you worry about hand clog because you can't do all the things that you want to do because you got another copy of your opening hand from your Moira Xing. And I'm kind of like, I'm mixed on it because I often end up cutting the card. So it makes me want to say that it's replaceable. And I just think there are better destroy decks out there than Moira decks. Moira, when it hits the nuts of getting 2 deaths in your hand or gets Moira in the opening hand with a Venom or with a Carnage, and you can just cycle those repeatedly, that's good. But the draw chance on making that ceiling combo happen versus the consistency of destroy makes people want to cut the card more often than not. It has a higher ceiling than some of the other destroy decks, but people play for consistency, not for ceilings very often. Mole Man, dear God, stay down here. Moondragon. Sorry, these banish cards, Kraglin, Mole Man, enough said. Moondragon is going to shoot way up there. This is going to be a strong add. And the reason it doesn't go any higher is because it has one good home. Doom 2099. That's it. And the reason it doesn't go up here for Doom 2099 like Chamber is because Moondragon has to be played on turn 2. So not only does it have one home, but it has one turn in which it wants to be played. When it does that, absolutely fantastic and phenomenal. A+ card for that deck. That's why you play it in that deck. Outside of that, though, that's it. That's it. Moonstone. Much more flexible, solid card. I think it's well-rounded. It's well-rounded for wanting to dupe ongoings, and different metas are going to want it to be really good. Really, really good. Sometimes you see, obviously, some chaos happening with Captain Carter. Sometimes you just see it in a standard ongoing deck. Sometimes you see it with a variety of different ongoing mini shells as well as full decks. For that reason, solid. You want to play Lin Lee? Go for it. Have fun. Throw in a Moonstone. Be my guest. It's just a solid card. It's well-rounded, and you always consider it when there's ongoing cards, cheap ongoing cards in your deck. Morgan Le Fay. I'm putting this in the watch list. I think they made a mistake with Morgan Le Fay, making it a 3 cost because the play rate of the card was so low, and their reason for attributing it was because it was too clunky at 4. The fix to Morgan Le Fay was never making it a 3 cost card. Never. The fix to Morgan Le Fay was making it a stronger 4 cost card and fixing Airwalker to being a better 3 cost card. That's what they need. They needed to adjust that balance between those 2 cards. Until they do that, the card is not good. It's just not good. But if they ever identify the Morgan Le Fay, Airwalker, Firelord trio differently, Morgan Le Fay can shoot way up. It's a bad card, but it can shoot way up. So it's on the watch list. I think it's one to keep an eye Mr. Fantastic First Steps. This is a luxury card. There's no reason to have this card. But its effect is really good. You see it in Thanos decks nowadays. You don't need it, but it's a nice one to have. But I'm tempted to also put it in the watch list because it is probably out of all the cards here listed in the, if I were to put it in the watch list, if I had to put my money down on a card to be massively changed first, it's Mr. Fantastic First Steps. Because of the chaos that happened from that season pass, and then it was too good at 2 cost, and then they made it a 3/4 because it was just too plug-in playable. I fully expect them to revisit Mr. Fantastic First Steps and make it a 2 cost again. I really do. It's like Surge. Everyone was playing Surge. And they just dropped the power on Surge and it balanced it. I think the same thing happens for Mr. Fantastic First Steps. I think that he becomes like a 2-1 or a 2-0, very similar to Surge. But at 3/4, he's not good. He's an option, but he's not good. But he'd be one I'd keep an eye on, where one change shoots him up into the A tier again. Ms. Marvel. I miss old Ms. Marvel. I think we can bring back old Ms. Marvel. Really? I really do. I think old Ms. Marvel actually would survive today's metas. And I think it'd be really fun to have old Ms. Marvel come back. I think it'd be really good. It was not oppressive. Well, correction. It would not be oppressive in today's meta. Back when we had the tools we had when Ms. Marvel came out, it was oppressive. I want old Ms. Marvel back. But right now you can play the card and you can have an option to play the card, but there's no need to play the card. Namora. It's a luxury. It's a luxury card. Like, if you want to play a Namora deck, you play a Namora deck. Do you need to play a Namora deck? No. Are there metas where Namora decks want to be played? Sure. Do you still want to play them? No. So, it's not garbage, though. Don't get me wrong. It's not garbage. It's not a bad deck when you play it. It's just an deck, and it's an option to play. So, it's a luxury card. Nicholas Scratch. This is a watch list card because same thing as Mad Thinker. This needs to be an ongoing. And this is a card that will continue to age and get better. As more skills come out, as more cards that create skills come out, this card will get better and better and better. But I could also see a world where Nicholas Scratch becomes like an activate or even a objective card, where it's like objective, play 4 skills this game. When this does, get +6 power. You know what I mean? Like, I could see that kind of stuff for this card. It's so close to being a cool 1-drop. And some people have made it work-ish. So keep an eye on it. I think it's a card worth keeping an eye on. Now that we have objective, maybe even Mad Thinker, same thing. But if between the two, I'd rather play the multiple skill card versus the have to have my hand full card. Nico Minoru. She's going all the way up there. The most flexible 1-cost card in the game. You need a 1-drop, you think about Nico. Without a question of a doubt. When you're not sure, the answer is Nico. And then you work backwards from there. Is there something better than Nico as a catch-all 1-drop? Because that's what it is. It's a catch-all 1-drop. It's got a chance at location control. It's got some power. It's got a demon transformation. It's got, you know, card duplication. It's got destroy. I mean, it's got so many other random things to it that it's great. It is one of the best cards they've ever released. I was so happy when this card was going to come on out. I remember being on live streams talking about the skills of this card and how it would rotate and the cool things that you could do with it. And it's just a catch-all. I love that. You should too. If you don't have Nico, get Nico. You can throw it into almost any deck. It's a 1-cost catch-all. And it really presents enough variance to your game plans that even Conquest tournament modes, Nico is valuable. Yeah, when she was in Spotlight Caches back in the day, oh yeah, she was a must-have. Nightmare, yeah, it's nice to have. Like, if you're playing a Nightmare deck, look, have fun with it. It's the same exact theory as Nomura. You're having fun with it, be my guess. Is it the best thing you can do? No. There's too much RNG, too much randomness that can happen from it. That's negative, just as much positive, but there's no need. No need. Nocturne, watch list. Watch list. Talked about it before on the Marvel Snapcast. Okay? Nocturne ever becomes a 3/5, it goes up to copycat levels. If that ever becomes a 3/5, it shoots up to S tier. That's how big 1 point of difference makes, because you have Mercury, which is a move off a location card and is good. You have Copycat, which is 3/5 and information plus ability. When you have a 3/4 with a location control, we talked about how valuable Legion was as the best location control card in the game. That used to be Nocturne. You make Nocturne 3/5 again, she shoots up to S tier. 1 point because of priority, because of movement and location control. 2 out of 3 keeps it in the D tier. When you add priority into the mix, Nocturne gets 10 times better. And that's what shoots it all the way up. For now, it stays there. But until then, Omega Sentinel. I think this is honestly a really surprisingly underrated card, because it's just a simple 410. It could probably be a 411 or 412 in total. They could buff it, to give more affliction or more base power. Me personally, I think it should get the Lin Lee treatment where it becomes a 4/4 that gives -8. Especially now that we have Caliban. I think now we definitely do that with Omega Sentinel. So I think Omega Sentinel becomes an okay card. But very often you're playing it as a backup plan for Joe Costa combo shenanigans. The same way I would look at Fantasticar. Well, these two cards are synonymous for what they are in their decks. And for that reason, it's playable, but replaceable. Ozymandias. So Ozymandias is literally about to come out by the time we do this. So I'm making this one exclusively a projection. The rock decks, once Selene also comes out too, that's going to be what takes Ozymandias and Sabanur, Selene, White Tiger, Debris. That becomes a deck. Like, that's the final iteration of that package and deck. And it's still probably like a B tier deck. Let me be really clear. It's still probably a B tier deck. So by itself, to give +3 to rocks, like Ozymandias plus Debris is a great combo. Like, that's good stats. Just generically wide good stats. I think this ends up being a relatively meta-dependent card where if the deck is really doing what you want it to do, because there's no Killmonger concerns of your losing your rocks, this becomes a really strong ongoing card. It does. It ends up being at least 513, 516, 519 plus Rhinos and friends. That's good value. So I'm going to make a prediction on them and put them all the way up in meta weapon. I'm curious to see in a couple months how far away that becomes. Penny Parker. This is a tough one because Penny has one home. We talked about it with Manspider. When you play it in Manspider, yes, you play it every single time in a Manspider deck. And I have to make a cross comparison here. The way I look at Maverick, hear me out. The way I look at Maverick is the way I should look at Penny Parker. Maverick, as we talked about with the Zombie Galacti and the Show Lao decks, is a must-have, but it's garbage everywhere else. Penny Parker in the Manspider decks is different. Penny Parker makes Manspider better. But Man-Spider doesn't have to be in those decks. I'm sorry, Penny Parker doesn't have to be in the Man-Spider decks. For that reason, it's not going to be as high as a solid ad. It actually makes it drop down a lot to playable, but replaceable. We tried it with Wiccan stuff. Didn't do it. You know, like, it's a playable card in the Man-Spider deck, and that's pretty much it. But you don't have to have it in that deck either. Fastos. This is another playable but replaceable card because it's a card that comes and goes. We've seen it in Thanos builds. We've seen it in Kang builds. We've seen it in Cheat builds. It's just a better option than Mr. Fantastic First Steps, and is also one of those cards you're constantly cutting because you don't think you get enough value out of it. So just, sure, you do some good stuff with it. You can cheat out some things, but there are other ways to cheat nowadays, and this just doesn't do enough cheating. So it's a playable card still. I still think it's playable, but like barely. Pixie. This is a fun one because it's not something playable but replaceable. I think it's a card exclusively meant to counter certain metas. I think at the time of recording this, Pixie's a very valuable card right now because there isn't a lot of Mobius in the community. So it's great. As long as that's the case, this card can create so much indecision and so much cheat that it's awesome. Keyword is can. Not always does, but can. So even when it's in the perfect meta and you get a perfect draw and you do win some games that way, it's not consistent enough for me to say it's an A-tier card. Sorry, Destructive, but it's not an A-tier card. It's a good, solid, I'm trying to cheat better than you're trying to cheat card. So it's a counter pick. Prodigy. Okay. Prodigy's ability right now is probably one of the best overall abilities in the game. And I'm going to say it's probably one of the most flexible cards that isn't an instant purchase. It's not an instant purchase, but it's a damn, you better have this purchase because I can't put it in strong ad because I wouldn't put it on the same tier as Captain Carter or same tier as High Evo. Because it's the combo card that creates the next level of the combos. Where if you're playing Invisible Woman, then you want to play Jocasta. But what takes it over the top of that is Prodigy. Same thing with Frigga. Do the same kind of stuff because you got the Prodigy stuff. Like, it's that extra piece as those packages. Because when you make that shit happen, it's stupid good. It's stupid strong. And you can't ignore it. It's a card that you have to respect. Just like Frigga. Just like Jocasta. Prodigy. Makes it a high priority. You should get it. You should have it in your collection because when you're looking at scaling, you need duplicators. It's another duplicator. And at 3 cost. Prowler. This is a tough one because there are some metas where Prowler is a really solid card. It's just a good 3-cost card. You get some movements. You got some cool things that could happen there. But then there are some times where you're just like, you know what? There are just other versions of this deck I want to play that don't require me having to get a move thing to get the 0-cost skill. Like, even in like the Sholau Hydra Stomper decks, the best version of that deck didn't play Prowler, even though the version of Prowler had a higher ceiling. You played for consistency. And I just feel like this is another candidate potentially for a buff because it's a overall cool card. Great mechanics. Yeah, Werewolf by Night packages, absolutely. Fantastic. But it's really not going anywhere else. You're taking it out. So I'm going to keep it down here for the same reasons as, you know, you don't need to have this as an option. It's like an Omega Sentinel in that sense. Proxima Midnight. Look, if you're playing discard, you're probably considering Proxima Midnight at some point. And a lot of discard decks cut it. It's a great option. It's a tough one because it's like, it's just a free 7 power card. Honestly, it's probably due to become a 4/8 at this point, but I can't put it very high. I have to put it as playable but replaceable. You know? Like, it's a good discard. Don't get me wrong. It's a really good discard card. It has 1 home, right? Discard. But even Phantom X doesn't want to play this shit. Like, it's probably due for a buff. I'm not going to put it down in the watch list because I don't think that changes its placement, but it's still an option. Ramatut. I'm going to be proactive on the Ramatut conversation at the time of recording this and tell you that right now, this is the memeiest card of all time. The memeiest card of all time. And I'm going to exclusively put it in the watch list. Not garbage. Not garbage. The reason it's not going to be garbage is because the ceiling is very high on it. It's going to be the most YouTube clippable card of all time for all of the chaos that it'll do. But like those matches when things go wrong, they're going to be fun. It's a fun card exclusively. Just keep an eye on it. If there's a world where the on reveals become misbalanced and it becomes too good too often and becomes a plug and play card, whoopsie. So keep an eye, but just watch it. Ravona Renslayer. This is just a really solid, good card. I think it's just like, if you're playing ongoings, good option. If you're playing the negative decks, good option. You're playing Iron Man stuff, good option. It's an enabler. It is what it is. Really good. Red Guardian. Okay, so this card is risen and fallen and risen and fallen. And honestly, I'm going to use it probably because we've got Cosmic Ghost Rider up here. And then at the same time, we were talking about Deafening Chord, which is all the way down here in meta counterpick because it got nerfed into the ground. I think Red Guardian ends up being just a solid card. It really is the middle ground between them all. It's a progression. I can't call it a strong ad, but I can call it just a really solid card because it is flexible. But keep an eye on it. You know what I mean? Keep an eye on it. Red Hulk. This one is the definition of a meta counterpick. People are floating? Okay, play Red Hulk. Otherwise, you're probably, instead of that big guy, if you're not floating, you're playing Galactus First Steps because you have control over that. When people are floating, that's a higher ceiling. So then you play Red Hulk. It's the perfect meta counterpick card. Red Shift, probably due to become a 2/4. It's the most Agatha card of all time, and that's about it. Shout out White Wayne Brady. Red Wing. I really just don't like this card. I think it's trying way too hard for such random payoff. I think it's absolute garbage. Sorry. Rocket Raccoon and Groot. This is a nice to have. It got a buff. Don't get me wrong. Got a buff. But it's still nice to have. I can't even put it as playable but replaceable because I don't think it is. I don't think it's playable first. It's very replaceable. I just don't think it's playable as a starting point. So it's a nice card to have. Great variants. They're fun. It needs to be 2 cost. It needs to be a 2/2. Sorry, Jeff. Sage. Sage, playable but replaceable. Now, here's the thing with this card. Sage has gone through metas of being relevant in negative, being relevant in Wong on reveal stuff, and it's a good solid 3-cost card. Like, it has really good stats. But the only way that this card does well is when we're in a meta when it can be played on turn 6. When that happens, Sage is valuable. But we don't really sit on Sage being a valuable card because we're not looking at a world where it's Shadow King plus Sage to win the game. That has gone down tremendously. I think Sage just ends up being like, it's an option card. You think about, I need a lane winner that's 3 cost. You think about Sage. But then you also think about, why do I need that card in there? Can it be something else? And that's where it ends up getting replaced. So Sage is good, don't get me wrong. But you're often replacing it for a tech piece, an enabler, combo, something else. Sam Wilson, Captain America, still shooting up. One of the best cards in the game. Still. Absolutely still one of the best cards of the game right now. It is easy to scale. A little bit of ongoing synergy. It synergizes specifically with the other Captain America, which is the only reason that gets that card to be relevant. It's a great plug-and-play 2-drop. It blocks a lot of stuff as well. If you want to use it as like a de facto, like here, I know you're probably playing a Cosmic Ghost Rider. Let me put this in the front lane instead and let it intercept one of the abilities. Elsa Bloodstone and stuff. Like, there's just so many different use cases for this card. And I do like the change of making the shield on reveal. So it appears at that moment and then is random. So it's also an information misbalance again, rather than, oh, they have a Sam Wilson in their deck, you know? I do like that. I think it was actually a little bit of a buff. You play Batroc, I mean, you have to have Sam Wilson. Plain and simple. So it's just a really, 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 really good card. Not an instant purchase. Not every deck wants it, but a lot of decks do. Sandstorm. So at the time of evaluating this, like I said earlier, with Ozymandias and Selene and this whole package, Sandstorm, giving you the 2 rocks. As long as this is a 2-cost card, it's staying here and playable but replaceable. If this ever becomes a 1-cost skill, it shoots way up. Because right now, it's just clunky. And I'm curious, once Ozymandias comes out, if that fixes it. Because you're going to want to play it on turn 4, Ozymandias on turn 5, very often. Or that earlier, and then Ozymandias with one of the rocks on turn 6. Like, there's these kinds of synergies and pieces to keep an eye on. Keep an eye on Sandstorm. Sasquatch. Now, him being a 6'11", that's never a 6'11", it's almost always a 5'11". I think with the removal of old Mysterio, making Sasquatch a 6'11" didn't do enough. I think it needs to go up to 6'12". If it becomes a 6'12", it becomes really good. At 6'11", you're just not playing it. I think the second Sasquatch becomes a 6'12", that regularly is a rated 5'12", he's good enough. 11, he's not. Keep an eye on Sasquatch. Scarlet Spider. Perfect definition, again, of playable but replaceable. Scarlet Spider has 1 home, Show Lao. But even in that deck, you're often, depending on the meta, not playing that card. If this is a Stardust meta, you're not playing it. If it is a Stardust meta, you know what I mean. Stardust is around, you don't play it. Stardust isn't around, you do play it. And that's it. Cerebro 5, don't even get me started. Don't even. Scorn. Discard must have. If you are playing discard, you are playing Scorn. It is way better. Scorn. Scorn is way better than Meek. Way, way better. And is just a solid, like, baseline must-have card. If you play discard, you are playing that card. Similar to Sholau and Maverick, Scorn gives you that same kind of flexibility with that. The Bullseye Scorn package and stuff, like, that's what you're doing. Scream. Keep an eye on Scream. I'm going to put it in the watch list because it's bad. Scream is supposed to be the response to move cards. It is not. It is not. And it wants to be the anti-Craven. And until it does what Craven does, which is every move, it will not be. So I fully expect Scream to get reworked, not reworked, but changed to every move at some point. Until then, it's just not a deck combo you want to play anymore. Sebastian Shaw got a little bit of a buff, so it's a replaceable option in those decks. It's good. It can get really scale really high, but the nerf to Kahori and how buffs can land, and just, it ends up being a 3-cost card that can scale pretty high, but you'd rather have tech-focused 3-cost cards that go down on 3 rather than Sebastian Shaw, and then you're trying to beef it up afterwards. There's not enough good hand buffers and deck buffers, so it's just it's an option, but you're constantly playing other things. Caliban Horseman of Famine, looking at the no ability cards, is what we talk about with Ozymandias and the Rocks and Sandstorm, and White Tiger just got a buff, and Celine is here. Like, I do think Celine ends up being a relatively good card, but it ends up being in the same realm as Ozymandias, where, keep an eye on it, that's a, like, I need to be in a world where very few cards have abilities, so the counters can't do anything. That's when these have value. So I do think it becomes a weapon in that sense, where if the meta says, I need to have just, you can't do anything about these cards, that's where this package, Celine Ozymandias, kind of comes in. Cersei, I'm going to put it in collection luxury, because Cersei giveth, Cersei taketh away. It's a fun option. But it bites you just as much as it rewards you. I keep going back to it. It's addicting and fun and clippable as a creator. But man, it's not consistent. Shang-Chi Master of the Rings. I'm even going to put this down here in collection luxury as well, because we talked about the Clea stuff with Shang-Chi. Same, I mean, look, it's an idea, but you're not going out of your way to get that idea to make that thing happen. It's just a thing that you can do. And as long as Shang-Chi makes you lose a draw, yeah, this is just a luxury card. The second that changes and it no longer affects a draw, way up. Massive value. This probably then shoots up to, like, at least a B tier. Probably B plus, maybe even higher than that. Sholau. Okay, so hot take, it is not an instant purchase. Sholau is not an instant purchase. Sholau is a deck you build. It is a deck package, and you have to have all the right pieces for it. You have to have the Maverick. You have to decide which version you're doing. Are you doing a Hydra Stomper build? Are you doing a Scarlet Spider build? Are you doing a ongoing build? People are experimenting with activate builds. There's so many different builds. As long as that thing keeps giving +3, people will find new ways to make it work. It's stupid strong. But not every meta is going to want to have Sholau, because we now have Gambit. If Gambit didn't release, I'd say Sholau would be an instant purchase. But because Gambit Horseman of Death now exists, that is literally the only reason that it drops it down from S+ to S. Silver Sable. It's good. You can play it. You can play it. Don't get me wrong. You can play it. It's a one call. You know, you play that with the Joaquin Torres and get the bouncing and affliction and stuff like. Yeah, it's great. Woohoo! All right, have fun. Anywhere else? Affliction? No. You're not playing it anywhere else. Silver Surfer First Steps. I'm going to put this in the watch list. I think this card is a prime candidate to become a 3-6 or a 3-7 to give it the relevance it needs. Because at 3-5, it's not winning the lanes it needs to win to make the effect happen on the turn that you played the card that you want the effect to happen on. If that made any sense. Like Silver Surfer First Steps needs to win the lane to make the on reveal happen. It should be competing for that organically. The downside to the card is that you're telling your opponent, this is what I'm doing in this lane. So I think that's enough of a downside to justify it being a 3-6 or even a 3-7. I really, really do. Until then, keep it in the watch list. Scar. It's a luxury card. We're not in a world where Surtur is really relevant. And sure, it could become a 5-12 when you get one big card down, or even a 3-12, and that feels really good. But if I'm doing that, I mean, what's honestly the difference between Scar and New Caliban? Scar is more difficult. Honestly. Scar is more difficult. So it stays down here in luxury. Sparky. Sparky is... I think it's going to be a meta weapon. Because when we have certain decks become relevant, Sparky's a move card you need to have. When certain move cards are valuable, it actually goes down a bit. It becomes a very valuable piece. For example, we talked about Human Torch decks earlier, right? The all-in Human Torch decks, you have to have Sparky. It's a mandatory card. When you're doing whether it's all-in like that or you're doing Tribunal. Tribunal's here too. Like, it's a great card for move when move is allowed to be played, or you need those extra scalers that are really easy to make proc and all you need are 2 procs. This is that card. There are definitely some cool things that you can do with it. But I don't know how, like, for example, I don't know why we haven't experimented more with Sparky Lin-Lee. Just throwing that out there. But I think that Sparky is very conditional, just like these guys. Very conditional to whatever's happening in the meta. Speed. Okay, so hot take. Speed is not what it used to be. Because Wiccan decks are not what they used to be. And speed was like the ultimate 3-drop you play in a Wiccan deck because you're filling the curve. It's almost always a 3-8, 3-9 by the time the game is over. You're dropping it on 3, it's ongoing, it's keeping it going. I just don't think that it's a necessary card anymore. Like, you're always looking at other 3-cost cards that give you more value long-term in those builds, more flexibility, or you're playing a 2+1 instead of a 3 before you go to a Wiccan. Because outside of Wiccan, you're really not playing this card. And it's no longer the best card in that slot. It used to be. It used to be like, you're building Wiccan, great, you play speed. Now you don't. So I think it's fallen by the wayside for that specific reason. Spider-Man Noir, oh god, this card needs help. This card needs help. It is the prime candidate for objective. I think it might be one of the best targets for objective right now. Even over Phantom X. I think Phantom X actually stays as is. I think Spider-Man Noir is a better target for objective. I don't know how that looks yet, but keep an eye on it. I would put it in the watch list, but it's just that bad Like, all of these could be reworked that way in some way, shape, or form, but like, it's just that bad. It should be down here in the garbage. Spider-Punk is another one that kind of fell by the wayside from the Hydra Stomper style decks, where sure, you can move it and then you do some affliction stuff, and then maybe you get it to move a couple extra times. It's like a backup Human Torch. Okay. But it keeps getting cut. That's all I have to say about that. Starbrand. We're not in a world where Surtur and even Sauron really matter. 0 doesn't really matter. 310 can be reproduced by a lot of different things. So, I mean, sure, it's an option. Okay. Still a 310, so I can't put it down in garbage. But I also don't see a world where it gets buffed. So, there you go. Starbrand, you stay there. Stardust. Great plug-and-play tech card. When your deck can permit a 4. I think it's really just strong. It's a really well-positioned card, just like Drax Avatar of Life. When the meta permits it, it permits it. And it's a great catch-all when you're seeing a lot of duplication type stuff. You know, we're going to see this card have a lot of value in the week that Ozymandias comes on out, and any card that creates extra cards. Stops the Squirrel Girls, stops Dr. Dooms, stops a bunch of stuff being added, removed, and Sabanor swaps, and just there's so many things that it stops. You have to respect it. When it's in the meta, you have to respect it. Therefore, it's a good card. Not every meta needs it, though. So it's not a high priority card. But it is a card you respect when it is in the meta. Starhawk. I think this is surprisingly, honestly, better than a lot of people give it credit for, because of the ability to go back and forth into different locations and where the buff is going to play. But because it's a 2-cost buffer, you just constantly sit there again and going, when am I going to play this? When does this make sense to play? You're always looking at other stuff, you know? Sad, but Star-Lord, Master of the Sun. Oh boy. Okay, hear me out. Star-Lord is a solid card. Now, at the time of recording this, the best deck of the game is a Star-Lord negative deck. I don't know how long that's going to be for. At the moment, he's a 4/3 that gets the +1 energy and the +1 power. I don't know how long that's going to last. I just don't expect it to be that long. Because I do think that that deck gets throttled, and I think it's through Star-Lord again. Because Star-Lord, when it released, was like the best card in the game. Instant purchase. And as the nerf happened to its power, as people kind of back away from the all-in combos, his value continued to fall. He has a good home in Evo. He has a good home as a catch-up style card on like turn 5. You're trying to make up for lost time with extra energy because you maybe pulled a bad curve. He's got the hella all-in package. Like, he's still a good card. But he does require a heavy commitment. Not every deck can afford to do that. So if your deck can't afford to do that as a part of its core game plan on the first 4-ish turns, then you're not looking to play the card. So I think overall, it's a solid card if the deck supports it. So I have to put it solid. I can't put it any higher. I want to, in specific decks, it's still an S tier card. In very specific combos, it's an S tier card. S plus tier, S plus plus tier. But in the full scope of Marvel Snap, it's more niche with higher ceilings in those niches. It's not as plug-in playable as it used to be at 4.5. 4.3, it did lose enough value to make it super niche, which still surprises me. But even in those niches, you have to build 2 specific game plans. So I'm going to keep it as a solid card. Probably going to be the one that makes people say, you're wrong, guessed, more than any other card. At least to my guesstimation. See what I did there? Strange Supreme. This is another weird card where I'm going to put it in playable but replaceable because it is a, like, if you're playing Thanos stuff, cool. If you don't mind all your bonus stuff being absorbed because you're using it as a part of a scaling thing, cool. Like Strange Supreme into debris. Okay, you got value out of the rocks because you're not doing buffs with Patriot and Ozymandias and that kind of stuff. Sure, go for it. Thanos, of course, duh, great. As long as you're not playing Dazzler builds, go for it. I think it's a cool card. Not every deck can support it, though. It can go crazy tall. But it is what it is. Super Adaptoid, it's a luxury. Like, it helps in very, very specific metas. And you want to have access to it, just like Cobra. Same idea, just very specific counter metas. Sure, it has value. That's about it. Superior Spider-Man. One of the sleeper better cards that a lot of people know of and just don't play enough of. Like, if you have a 1-cost or a 2-cost card that will have green power in some way, shape, or form, you should always be considering Superior Spider-Man as an extra ramp piece. And a lot of decks end up supporting this card organically. It just fits on the curve. And that's what you want. You want it to be a 3-cost card that ramps a 5 on turn 4. That's the purpose of Superior Spider-Man. If the deck is built for that, this is a really solid card. And a lot of decks are supporting that right now. What's nice is you don't need to wait a turn. Like when you have a Hope Summers, for example, it's a different play line. It's right there next to it, right? Hope Summers is, I'm trying to get a 6-cost card on turn 5. Superior Spider-Man is saying, I'm trying to get a 5-cost card on turn 4. Different game plans, different purposes, different use cases. Or a 7-cost card on the final turn. But they both can do that for different ways. Like Zombie Galacti. There you go. Super Giant. Oh boy. So in the evergreenness of this video, the meta that Super Giant is currently in right now is fantastic. Super Giant's a really good card. It's a good catch-all card. Just won in the Golden Gauntlet. And it's a card that kind of rises and falls. Especially when there's end-of-turn stuff now, as people are learning Super Giant more and more and more. Its value goes up more and more and more. But it's the same thing as Stardust. It's very meta-dependent, but when it is relevant, you have to respect it. So I think it's an A+ card. Surge. This is just solid. This is going to end up in a solid location right here because a lot of decks want to support Surge. I just need a good energy cheat on too. There you go. Plop Surge down. When Surge is too good, Surge is too good. But I think it's just a good, like, it's like Merlin in that sense. It's just a really good rate card. Not every deck wants it. It's a good card. Surtur. Hot take. It's literally down here in the dumpster now. I don't know if that's a hot take anymore, really, but no deck wants to support Surtur anymore. You know? As Not My Dance raids in with his community. Welcome in, dancers. We're recording a YouTube video right now of full Series 4, Series 5 tier list. Surtur, I think, is just like a card that has no purpose anymore, probably needs to be revisited entirely. You're never playing this deck. You're never playing this card. I see no reason for it. Sorry. Symbiote Spider-Man. Valuable card in the decks that it wants to be played in certain moments. So I'm going to put it as a meta weapon. I think it's a card that it is very meta dependent if it permits the whole absorption style play. Yeah, you can play the man spider stuff, sure. But even outside of that, sometimes there are some Symbiote Spider-Man decks that are just like surprisingly good and people very much so underrate. And it's a good alternate play. You know, you're doing Black Panther shenanigans, you're doing some Adamantium shenanigans, sorry, Fastball Special shenanigans, you're doing some Fallen One shenanigans, you're doing some, like, there are random cards where this ends up having a lot of value, but only when very random decks have that value. This is just like the second card that makes all of those little secondary packages work. So I'm like, all right, I'll call it a good card. It's still very difficult because it's a card that you have to play on turn 4 every time. And not a lot of decks support that. But when it does support it, damn, this thing can pop. So just saying. Terrax. Okay, I'm gonna put Terrax as a meta counter pick. And the reason being is because the Darkhawk package, which Terrax replaced Rockslide in because it's a 3-cost variation. When the meta supports having Darkhawk in it as the weapon, Terrax is the card that helps you to really make some cool things happen by playing it on curve on turn 3, because you're building for priority to get 3 rocks added to your opponent's deck on turn 3. That's what you're typically trying to do. It can be a final turn play. I don't like it as much, but you need at least 2 rocks to make Terrax feel good. So it's either a turn 3, you've got all 3 lanes with priority, or it's a turn 6 and you get 2 out of 3. That's what you're trying to do more often than not. And for that reason, it's a card that's looking to counter with metas. Darkhawk is more valuable to it. Terrax is just an enabler of it. So it becomes a counter pick depending on the meta that we're in. Thaddeus. Thaddeus Thunderbolt's like nice to have. It's just it's a collection luxury. It's an okay card. If you're playing the hella stuff that's like looking for floating and hoping that you get all your draws, cool, awesome, have fun. Enjoy your Thaddeus. Merry Christmas. And then that's it. It is the most big guy. That's not a big guy. He just wants to be a big guy. I don't know. Maybe he should have a chance to also turn into a Red Hulk. I don't know. Thanos. Okay, Thanos, one of the first big bads, which no longer is even a conversation piece. I'm going to put him as just a solid ad because there are some metas that really support Thanos and metas that don't. And very often you end up sitting there saying the stones have value, or you're doing destroy variations where the stones are just fodder. And everyone keeps coming back to the deck and revisiting it and trying different combinations and different builds. And it's just a good deck. And it's a good card as a core structure of that deck. And when it becomes relevant, then you see counters like Darkhawk emerge. But I do think Thanos is still really good. Has never really been a time where I've said or felt that Thanos isn't a B- style deck. It's always got some relevance in some capacity. So I think it's okay. I think it's pretty, it's a solid card you want to get. And if you're a newer player, you get it in the first month. Yeah, you love that if you're a new player. Ancient One. This is a definite luxury card. It is not a card you absolutely need to have. And all my Cerebro 5 gamers, I still love you all, but as we talked about with Scarlet Spider, it's the same kind of thing. Like, it is an option card to make some crazy combos happen. But if I have to choose between like Ancient One and Victoria Hand, I'm choosing Gambit and Victoria Hand every day. It's just fun. It's a cool card. It's nice to have. Zero desire to need to go out of my way to get it, but it's not busted in the sense of that it's just like a broken card. It's not. It's a cool card. It's a fun card. That's about it. Athena. Very, very good card. Better in some decks than others, but I do think that overall it is just a strong 2-drop right now. Whether you're going all in on end of turn, you're going partially by doing show Lao shenanigans, or even just as a 2-drop and your deck organically wants to do that kind of by itself. Like Athena Thanos can even be a thing at times. I don't recommend it, but it can be. And I think it's a 2-cost card that scales really well. Late, very often. I mean, there are decks where I play Athena down and it's a 230. I can't ignore that. Phoenix Force. All right, this is where Jet freaks out. Phoenix Force. As much as it's an archetype defining card, and only as of recent, in the public's eyes, it had a little bit of a limelight with the Zombies package. I would much rather be doing some Adamantium and Fastball Special and Hood and Misery type stuff than trying to do what Phoenix Force used to do. For that reason, I think it's actually right where it is probably perfect. I think it's just a luxury. I think it is. Like, it's just, it's nice to have, but I'm never feeling like, oh man, I wish I had Phoenix Force. If I have it, it's like, oh look, I got a Phoenix Force to play. That could work. Sorry, Jet. Thing first steps. Okay, I gotta really think here. Really gotta think here. Thing first steps. If you see it in your shop, I think you instantly get it. The reason I think you instantly get it is because every deck that wants to play Merc Ball decides, do I want to play Merc Ball or do I want to play Thing First Steps? And knowing how I respect Merc Ball when it's on the board, when Thing First Steps drops on the board on turn 5 or earlier, I respect it the same way. It has multiple different homes and is a threat of so much power and power differential on that destroy element that I have to call it an instant purchase because of how I respect Merc Ball. I see myself making that comparison when I'm deck building. Therefore, I have to look at it from a economic standpoint for you as well. Instant purchase card. Topaz. No. I really don't like that card. Toxie Doxie. No. Really don't like that card. Toxin. Very specific use cases. You know, for you're really only ever playing Toxin in a bounce deck, and that's really it. I'm not going out of my way to get it, but when I do have it, I'm debating, do I need Toxin, Beast, Falcon, or only 2 out of 3? More often than not, I end up thinking Falcon ends up being more valuable than Toxin for those decks. But if you get a cycle going, it can be really good too. Uncle Ben. Uncle Ben. Playable but replaceable. It's a good destroy 1-drop option. It's got some fun, cheeky interactions with the Spider-Man and the power and the movement and the like. It's cool. Like it is the most Morgan Le Fay card of all time. But you don't want to really play it too much anywhere else. U.S. Agent watch list. U.S. Agent is primed for a couple of different changes. Number one, if it ends up changing where it says 4 cost or higher rather than 4, 5, and 6 cost. If it also hits 7 cost and 8 cost, changes the value of the card. If this ever moves to a larger negative per big card, changes its value. It's in prime position to do that based on the evolution of where Marvel Snap has gone over the last several months when it comes to 7 cost cards, as well as the future where data mines are suggesting we're getting potentially more 8 cost cards. US Agent is prime for getting that extra piece on it. And when it does happen, it probably shoots it up into the B tier. Until then, it's a watch list. Valentina. Valentina found its home, very much so, in Gambit. And because it found its home in Gambit, it had a little bit of a home with the Doom 2099 stuff, excuse me, for a little while, as like another big guy option, or ramp option, I should say, not Doom 2099, but another ramp option. I kind of felt like it's very conditional because it wants to just help with the big guys. When that's needed, it's a counter card. Like you're playing Valentina when you're in a meta that you need to play Gambit. Gambit doesn't need Valentina. Valentina needs Gambit. For that reason, it needs to be the right meta to make a Valentina combo work, so it's a counter pick. Victoria Hand. This is shooting way up there. Victoria Hand is going up into the high priority list. I think more often than not, there is a meta that surrounds Victoria Hand ever since its release. I think Victoria Hand is one of those cards that, as long as it stays as a 2-cost card, will always be an S tier card. Always. S plus? Not necessarily. For the same reasons as I talked about with Sholau. Because the meta has to be right for it. And if there's a counter out there, there's a counter out there. But I do think Victoria Hand is such an overall good card that whether you're doing a package or a dedicated deck, it's something you need to have in your collection to be ready to attack the meta. Because it very often ends up being one of those cards that does that. Viv Vision, another really replaceable card. It has some purposes every now and then with the extra buffs, and I just don't think it's doing enough. Like, it could be something that someday moves up to 3-4 to really give it benefit, but I mean, it's just kind of like, yeah. I cut it too often for it to be worthwhile of anything. Warlock, I think, is also in a good position to get buffed. Again. I think the Warlock decks are really fun. I've been playing one with Pixie, and it's really, like, I highly recommend trying that combination even more and more. But this is a prime 3-5 candidate. Prime 3-5 candidate. Because it feels so bad to play as a 3-4 if you don't get it to do its stuff. It feels really bad. But as a 3/5, I think a lot more people play this card. So I'm going to leave it in the watch list. Very cheeky moments to make it something good. War Machine. War Machine's shooting up. Ever since it became a 5/9, it became an incredibly solid card. Really solid. Became the card that Ramp needed to figure out the consistency of one card per turn. Now between Moondragon and War Machine, that's its own package, where you've got the Moondragon build, Moondragon into either Wave or Luna, into War Machine, into eventually an Infinite. Like, that consistency is huge for that card. And you don't need the whole Ebony Maw variations on that either anymore. There's just better things to do. There's better blink things to be able to do. So just War Machine Infinite now being 5/6, rather than playing it down on 4, losing an energy on the curve, feeling weird about it. Like, it's just a really solid body, really solid card. And when the meta wants to ramp, that's one you have to consider as being regularly present. Can you beat War Machine Infinite? If you can, stick around. Otherwise, run like hell. Werewolf by Night is another... I think I'm going to put this as meta weapon, because when werewolf decks want to be good, the reason that they want to be good is because you're playing Merlins, you're playing activators, you're playing skills, and you're getting a werewolf to scale and scale and scale. And it's a card that creates people needing to counter it. When werewolf starts getting too prevalent, people start playing Mercury. Just like how we saw with the Hydra Stopper decks, people play more Mercury. Werewolf is one of those cards, and it helps to warp the meta all by itself. So I think it's a meta weapon because it has great value when you get it to do its crazy awesome things. But if you are in a meta that starts to control it, you have to back off of it, because otherwise its value is crazy high. White Widow, I'm going to put in the watch list because I think there's a world where White Widow kind of gets taken a step back and gets completely reworked. Because I don't want old White Widow anymore. I don't want that one to come back. That one was really annoying. Like, really annoying. But I do think that there's a world where something else happens with that Widow's Bite in some capacity, way, shape, or form. Because it was one of the broken cards in combos. And then it just kind of went... because they nerfed it into the ground. And the devs have talked regularly. They don't want Clog being a really prevalent part of the meta. So if you are going to put a Clog thing in there, White Widow has to be able to have a little bit more upside. Even if it's a 2/3, 2/4, maybe 2/4 that has the -3 on the other side. I don't know. It needs a little more. And if it gets a little more, pay attention to it. Wiccan. Wiccan, let's bring you up, buddy. Because I do think it's just a solid card. It's not what it used to be ever since Star-Lord came out. Since Master of the Sun came out, Wiccan's value changed, where Wiccan used to be the best extra energy card that people regularly wanted to play. And you were glad to pay the expense of a Quicksilver and potentially a Domino to do the things you wanted to do. If you're not willing to do that, it's meh. I just think it's a card that's going to continue to always have value. There will be moments where Wiccan decks are very relevant and moments where it's okay. It's always at least a C tier deck. It's never in the dumpster. Therefore, it's solid. Some metas, it's an S tier deck, and some metas, it's as low as C. So I'm going to call it a very solid card. Wade Wilson. Oh, dear God. This card just... Wade needs to do the thing that he can't do. This card needs to die. Weapon H. Yeah, it's nice. Like, And coming from the guy who did the video on the card, Weapon H is like the most awkward discard card nowadays. Because Conchu is just 10 times better. APOC is just 10 times better. I see no reason for this card. But you can't ignore its stats if you decide to actually play it and do the stuff with it. Like, it's an awkward design for how the decks typically flow. And no one, myself included, has found a version of it that I feel like, oh, this is the Weapon H deck that I want to play and get a 3-14 or a 1-14 Weapon H down late in the game. Never gotten to that point. So it's just like, it's a nice to have. It's nice. Woohoo. That's about it. We go from Weapon H to Weapon X. And I'm putting Weapon X in the watch list because I think there's such a negative response to Weapon X and what it was trying to do for the Destroy archetype that they do revisit it finally at some point. Whether it's ongoing or whether it's changing the buff amount to make it actually worth your while to play it down on 2 or 3. It just scales too slow and is an awful late draw. So I think it's a card that I have to keep in the watch list area because it's like a dial away from being very good. But until then, it stays down here. Web Sling's interesting, where I do think it's a cool card to have. It's a niche card. Don't get me wrong. It gives me some options, some flexibility, some cool stuff. But like, like, anytime you sit there going, you know what I want to play in this slot? Web Sling. You need to question some stuff. Enough said. So I think it's got value, just not as much as most other cards. Wild Child. Now, this is... We talked about Phantom X earlier, right? We talked about Phantom X in the idea that certain metas and this card, this archetype is really close to being silly good. You always play Wild Child with Phantom X. But at the same time, the reason you play Phantom X is not because of Wild Child. Just like the reason you play Darkhawk is not because of Terrax. I think the parallels are actually very similar. This is great value and reinforces what this does. Same thing with Terrax, reinforcing what Darkhawk does. But if you play one, you have to play the other. And Phantom X can be played without Wild Child, but Wild Child really can't be played without Phantom X. So I'm going to put that there. X23. There was a time where I revered and voiced and fought for X23 being the best one-cost card in the game because of how drastically it improved Destroy all by itself. We are now in a world since then that got both Moira X and Headpool. And as we went through the rankings earlier, we put them in the replayable but replaceable category. The reason that those two cards are down here is because they're both replaceable by X23. You always play X23 over both of those cards. So it's a solid card. It's not a strong ad because it doesn't go in a lot of places. But for Destroy, yeah, you hang on to that card and you play it and you just default put it into every Destroy deck. It can probably get its power back too and go back to being a 1-2. That's just me. Zorn. I'm gonna put it in collection luxury just because it's just a weird card. Like it does not feel like a card I want to play. It just doesn't. Like, it's not even a buff candidate. It's just weird. And it can be defensive, sort of. But it's not bad either, because it does some enabling and it does some defense. So it's like, it's the ultimate, like, okay, I've got this card. And now we're into the zombies. You're in all of the zombies. Okay, Zombie Captain Marvel, out of all of them, is probably going to be one of the lower ends of collection luxury. Has very few homes. Cool homes when you get it to work, but you need to play it on turn 4 to feel like you're going to get enough value out of it. And then do the activate and the loss and the movement and the blah, 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 and all that stuff. Zombie Galacti definitely has its place in the meta, but it has to be the right meta. So I'm going to call it a meta weapon, because if you get a Zombie Galacti deck meta where you can play Zombie Galacti and do all the good things and make that thing scale to at least 16, which is relatively easy. Yeah. You like this card. You like this card a lot. Zombie Giant Man, Zombie Mr. Fantastic, Power Man, Scarlet Witch, and Sentry. Out of all of these, well, here, let's do this a little bit out of order for these zombies, because the package is also relevant. Zombie Power Man, which is the discard card. I do think it's a good discard card, but it's also very replaceable, so that's going to go over here. I think the Zombie Mr. Fantastic is actually probably the best of all of these cards, out of all of the zombie cards, because it is able to give buffs to so many created cards in a wide way that when Thanos is relevant, it's a card you always consider. When Zombie is relevant, it's a card you always consider. When you need extra cards on the board, like, there's several different things that this card wants to do. But it's also when you're trying to play wide, and the meta needs you to play wide if you're using it outside of the zombie package in particular, then it's good. Not great, but it's good. Zombie Sentry, Giant Man, and Witch. I think out of all these, the weakest is definitely Zombie Sentry from the actual zombie cards. So it's replaceable. You don't have to have it in the zombie package. Sometimes the zombie package, all you need is Zombie Mr. Fantastic, Scarlet Witch, and Giant Man. And they both go synergetically together, because it has to be a meta that wants this package. And we will probably get more zombie cards in the future, if I had to guess, based on what we know from the announcements of the future and the packages of what they're going to release in October, potentially. I assume we're getting more zombie cards. The Horde mechanic is cool and unique and can be incredibly strong. And I expect it to get stronger as we get cards that benefit from no abilities, right? But the more I sit on it, the more I kind of feel like if I had to choose between a Horde deck and a Zombie Galacti deck, I'm going to play a Zombie Galacti deck more often than not. So I'm going to drop these here, because this whole package is probably what we're looking at. These three, as I talked about, and Zombie Mr. Fantastic has more flexibility. I wouldn't put it up here, but it has more flexibility. I think this package makes a comeback regularly. So just be ready for when it needs to rise from the grave. And with that said, we have sorted all 225 at the moment that we are recording this for March of 2026, all the Series 4 and Series 5 cards. So now we go into recap mode. This is now the portion that is the actual YouTube video. If you've been watching this whole thing, that means you watched it on YouTube for the full explanations. Now is the shortened version. So everybody, flood the chat with emotes, please. Let's clear the screen. We got to clear that with emotes. That's the goal. I need everybody in the chat with emotes. Just go crazy. Just go ahead, fill it up. Fill it up. Single emote, enter. Single emote, enter. Just fill it up. Let's clear it out. I don't want people knowing from the very beginning of the video what we talked about. Make it happen. There you go. Almost there. There you go. Good job. Good job, team. Good job, team. All right. So now we do the actual recording. Y'all are fantastic, by the way. Absolutely fantastic. All right. Oh, let me turn this off real quick. Okay. So let's record this, and then we can actually go battle. Ready? Ooh, here, let me enable this. Okay. The video tier list should be going up. I might actually have it up tomorrow. Okay. So YouTube, now we're doing the recap version to explain it. This is the short YouTube video that leads to the long YouTube video. Alrighty? All right. Here we go. Let me put this here. All right. You ready? Here we go. What's my marker at? Almost 5. Okay. Welcome in, everyone. Today we are doing a full Marble Snap Series 4 and Series 5 tier list built on one idea: making much better decisions, right? This is not just a best cards in the game list, because the meta is always going to be changing. It's one of the best parts about a live service style game. This is about value, priority, focused frameworks for you to build your collection around, based on what we know in the collector's packs and seasonal packs right now. Because in Snap, the question shouldn't ever be, is the card just good? The question should also be, how unique is the card? What does the card do for the meta? Is the card replaceable, which is a big one? Like, what is the overall value of it? Is it going to be meta-proof? Is it something that can't really fall depending on the meta that we're in? So no matter when you watch this video, all of this should still hold true no matter what has happened to those cards, because you need to determine what the cost is to you and if it's worth it. So we're ranking them with that in mind. Let's go take a look at the final version of the tier list. Now, everybody here on the live chat who was here a part of the long version of it, they all get to say hi because they were here for the full version, the full breakdown, which is attached in the upper corner. If you want to see the card by card long-term breakdown, go ahead and check it out. The link is in the upper corner. It's also down in the description below. Let's take a look at each card section at this point, based on what we just spent the last however long that was breaking down all of these cards. Garbage / pass. Don't get these cards. I don't think I need to. They are just irrelevant. They are underpowered. They are misrepresenting what Marble Snap should be good at. And they all should be cards that either need complete reworks, complete something or others, but I have no idea what would make these cards good or relevant. Even when they change cards like Kahori relatively recently to the time of this video, they tried. But until they do massive reworks to certain aspects of cards, certain aspects of the banish mechanic, revisiting other cards first to make these cards maybe potentially relevant. I don't think any of these cards are worth being in your collection, yet alone being in your deck, and they better never touch play. Above that, though, is the watch list. These are all cards that I think are right on the cusp of shooting up 4 or 5 ranks, whether it be 1 point of power, 1 number tweak, 1 potential thing that makes these cards better. For example, Kang going to 3-5 over 3-4. If that happens, shoots way up. Loki being an autoplay on turn 1 instantly changes the card. Morgan Le Fay going back to being a 4-cost card makes the card better. Mr. Fantastic dropping a cost goes to being fantastic. You get the idea here. All of those cards are really, really close. Really close. They're just not quite there yet. But if you see any of these cards show up in an OTA, watch out, because they're probably going to become relevant. Next up is the collection luxury group. And this whole group here is, if you have them, they're nice. They're nice to have cards. Are they fantastic cards? No, they're not. Not by any stretch of the imagination. And they could have some unique plays. They do have a couple of homes. They do have some meta relevance every now and then. We saw that with Super Adaptoid and Cobra. Every now and then they make some appearances. I think they're all cards that have a purpose at a certain time. But more often than not, it's just an option to play those cards, not because you need to play any of these cards. There's never been a moment I said, man, the most meta relevant card right now is Starbrand or Ancient One or Phoenix Force. Sorry, Jet. Like, it's just nice to have. And that's it. It's a luxury card. After that, we get to the largest section of the entire tier list, which is playable but replaceable. These are all cards that if you obtain them at some point, they do have certain specific homes. They do. And they're relatively good in those specific homes. But if you don't have these cards, they are cards that you can replace with other things. And it's either an upgrade or a parallel from what each of these cards are. For example, Scarlet Spider is a great example on this, where there have been Sholau decks that love having Scarlet Spider. But then if there's a certain meta where, let's say, Stardust is prevalent, you can replace it. And then when you replace it, you realize, wow, this is just overall better. It's replaceable. Lockheed, another great variation on this. Marvel Boy, a great one. You had all of these abilities that want to have 1-cost cards or have the repeat Kitty Pryde coming on down and Marvel Boy getting reactivated with some Invisible Woman stuff. Same thing with Lockheed. It's an option, but they often get replaced for something better. But if you have them, it's an option to play in those decks. You're seeing the overall flow of how I'm looking at this category. So this being the largest category of all of them, if I had to shout out anybody as being the closest potential to move up and get more and more relevant, it's probably Ms. Marvel. If we go revert back to old Ms. Marvel territory, which is where I think that card could absolutely go. I think that there's a world where Annihilus gets a couple more tools for it and becomes a little better. I think there's a world where Dragon of the Moon gets revisited and reconsidered in the meta, depending on what's being played. There are certain cards that have a home and have a backup plan built into what the card wants to do. But very often, you want to take it and put it by the wayside, try something else out, because you feel comfortable saying, I can rotate this out and not ruin the integrity of what the deck is already wanting to do. So that's why that section kind of rests as such. Moving up out of the C+, playables but replaceables, we end up in the world of metas. And meta counterpick and meta weapons are very, very niche style cards. They have to have the right moment to shine, or they have to have the right moment to be an answer to a specific meta that is going on in that moment right now. So you look at something like the Darkhawk package and the Phantom X group. Those are two great examples where those are key staple cards that don't necessarily have to have Terrax or Wild Child in each of their respective combos, but they do best with them. And if it is a meta that Darkhawk wants to be in there because we're seeing a lot of Thanos and a lot of Airsham and Kang and all that kind of stuff, then yeah, you kind of lean into it with Darkhawk and Cassandra Nova even sometimes. But you don't necessarily need to have it simultaneously because Terrax is just like a feeder into that as an extra piece. So the meta says, hey, you need to have Darkhawk. You're not playing one of those big decks. Okay, now I play the Terrax. Same thing with Wild Child and Phantom X. You don't need to have Wild Child in a Phantom X deck, but Wild Child needs to have Phantom X. Phantom X doesn't need to have Wild Child. See what I'm saying there? There are some cards in here that I think also thrive better at different times. For example, Living Tribunal is better in the beginning of the season rather than the end of the season when people are figuring things out. I also think Galactus is a great meta weapon because it is now a tech card more than it is an archetype. It is a, listen, this is a wide meta. That's great. I'm just going to steal this one lane and go tall only in one lane on the final turn and beat you. That's what it wants to do. And that's what people kind of tech for. Zombie Galacti doesn't always want its meta to be present. There's a lot of ways that that deck can be interacted with, but if it's a non-interactive meta, just like how Living Tribunal does better in a non-interactive meta, those can be much more relevant cards and relevant decks. Different packages also want to do the same thing, as you see with Horde. Horde packages, as we continue to get more of them, potentially as we're projected to, based on the information released about October. I believe we're going to get more Horde cards and more zombie cards, so hopefully that's the case. But as a package, it's a package that wants to do well, wants to do okay-ish, and if it does, then we're feeling really good about it. Let's take another step up. Let's move into the solid ads. These all are cards that, from here on up, if you see them, you start really considering, should I prioritize my resources to have these cards? And each of them really are strong in their own respective decks, in their own respective combos, but also have sometimes a lot of flexibility built into them. For example, Merlin, very flexible card, not what it used to be. It used to be an S+ tier, but it's still a really good card. Red Guardian, really good card. Goliath, really good card. Both Superior Spider-Man and Hope Summers, really good ramps. Energy, depending on when you're wanting to do it. These are cards that either are helping to augment the archetype that they're best in to an S competitive level, like Maverick very often does, like Scorn very often does. But then if it's outside of that, you're trying to think about cards like Dragon Lord, which is just good value, right? You're looking at Thanos, great value. In the move decks, Madam Web, good value. War Machine being buffed to 5/9 went from being a B style card to now being an A style card because of the curve fill. Good value. Even Star-Lord, which is a hot take, but Star-Lord has one really good deck and you have to really commit to it. Outside of that, it's an okay card. So it kind of balances itself out to being a solid ad. Curious to see how people comment on that one down below. But I do think that Star-Lord is a solid card. All of these cards, solid cards. Even Cassandra Nova, who I mentioned before in the Darkhawk package. I think it's more diverse than the Darkhawk package itself, which is why it got a buff in my rankings and went to a solid rather than a meta weapon. Now we move up to the A+. The third tier. These are strong ads. These are cards that really push the decks that they want to be in to the next level. Agamotto is the hot take for me on this one because I truly believe Agamotto decks have consistently been pushed by the wayside because people are scared of adding cards into their deck, forgetting how good those skills are as added cards. Whether you get them reduced by Quinjet or not is irrelevant. But I do think it's an incredibly strong card in the same way that I look at Man-Spider, the way that I look at Doom 2099. They are defining cards for their deck that you play with other key component cards to make those combos happen and make those decks happen the way that you want. Iska, great catch-all. Gambit, great catch-all that you can go all in on or just do like one or two and call it a day. High Evolutionary, I mean, one of the most accessible cards overall, in my opinion, and I think it unlocks so many different combos, not even just a dedicated High Evolutionary package, deck, I should say. There's so much that these individual cards do whether it's the power that they present on the board, the ceiling that they raise to the specific archetypes that they're in, or the amount of overall catch-all that they present, like a Stardust, like a Supergiant. They're very important and relevant cards. It just brings everything that they're in up an entire tier, which means they should prioritize your resources. So they are A+ tier cards. Now for the S's, these are defining cards. These are straight up cards that not just bring things to the next level. They can be multipliers, they can be augmenters, they can be deck defining like Show Lao and Victoria Hand. They can be just the best in their slot, like Galactus First Steps, best 6-cost card in its individual slot that can go into so many different decks. Best overall place. I think that Iron Patriot is still one of the best 2-cost cards in the game, especially if you like either Conquest or Tournaments, because information misbalance is incredibly important. Chamber, still one of the best 2-cost cards of the game because of its ceiling. Kate Bishop is so flexible in so many different decks, whether you're trying to do werewolf stuff or you're trying to do Show Lao stuff or you're trying to just have good value. It presents so much value. Copycat for information. You've got duplications from Frigga and Joe Costa and Prodigy. And then there's Sam Wilson, who's just silly, silly good. I really think that every card in the high priority list, if you see it, you grab it. And you don't even hesitate on the purchase because you're happy to have these in your collection, especially as you unlock the S+ tiers. These, to me, are the 8 best cards to use your resources on, and the only cards that you go out of your way to obtain resources for to have in your collection. Cannonball, Cosmic Ghost Rider, Fin Fang Foom, Legion, Luna Snow, Mercury, Nika Minoru, and Thing First Steps. I truly believe all 8 of these cards, if you have them in your shop, you pin them. You figure out a way to get them. If there's a bundle, a gold bundle or something, and you don't have the card yet and you want to unlock it, that's what you go out of your way for. All of the other cards are smart resources that when you have them, the resources, you use your resources with less reserve. These 8 cards, I would say, go out of my way to get the resources, play more, invest more, whatever it takes to have those 8 cards in your collection. And I know the hot take is going to be Thing First Steps, but my justification on this one is I look at Thing First Steps the same way I look as Merc Ball. Which do I want to put into the deck? If I want to put Merc Ball because it supports the 2 cards together, I'm putting that combo in there. If I need a 1 card because I have to do something else within the deck construction, I'm taking out Merc Ball and I'm always replacing it with Thing First Steps. That to me speaks to enough value and respect of what the card's ceiling is and the threat of what that ceiling can do, which is why I think it does deserve to be an instant purchase for your collections. Nico, best 1-cost card in the game, incredibly flexible. Doesn't matter if you're playing Destroy, doesn't matter if you're playing Move, doesn't matter if you're playing Victoria Hand, Bounce, doesn't matter. Best 1-cost card, has so much flexibility, always want to have it. Luna Snow, as a 3/6 at the time of recording this, even if this drops to 3/5, you still keep it in the S+ tier. That's how good that card is. Let me just be careful with that one, okay? Legion, best location control card in the game, hands down. There's a lot of magic that comes and goes within the meta. It is hands down the best control card for that, in my opinion. Best. Fin Fang Foom, it's the big guy. I don't know what it's going to take for this to not be in the S tier because it is the biggest, best, big guy. And Cosmic Ghost Rider as a lane clearing, remove some abilities from this whole front row card is probably the best overall control card if you're looking for a catch-all right now. And any use of your resources to get those 8 cards will be a smart use of your resources. So then I present the same conversation to you. As you look through this tier list and you're looking to use your tokens, I invite you to remember that everything that is in this list is my suggestion based on how I would use and prioritize my resources if I started again right now. And come 2 months from now, cards are going to change. OTAs are going to happen. But either way, keep an eye on the cards that are down in the bottom of the list, because if they're in the bottom of mine, chances are they're also in the bottom of second dinners. And they're very often targets for buffs, for reworks, for readjustments. I think there's some cool things that can happen from that. So it's the best part about a live service game is that I can do this tier list in March, and you're going to see it and be like, yo, this is irrelevant in May, and then we do it again, and we do it again. So if you want to see the full individual card-by-card breakdown, again, I'll have that down in the description below, so you can see the full individual. We're here live. You see the whole live chats going on. Everybody say hi. You can watch and be a part of that conversation too. I'm excited to see the comments for where you think what cards need to go higher. Which cards would you put lower? Which cards do you think are really the best or worst cards in the game? And where am I off base? Because as of right now, we're in a massive decision paralysis mode for using resources. And I hope that this presents enough starting point clarity for you to look and say, if I'm going to use my resources, I'm going to start here. Really. Hopefully this is a good starting point for you. So thank you, everyone. I really appreciate you all. And as always, I'll see you next time.